12 what we considered great songs with Scotch, and then at the last minute I called Feldy and I was like, hey, you want to write a song? The band's down, and I went over there and just cranked out Too Much to Think in like 30 or 40 minutes, and then he was like, come back tomorrow, let's do another one, and then I got Peanut and Essay over there, and we just cranked out 5 songs really fast, where the first 12 songs took us about 2 years, and then the last 5 songs took us like 2 weeks. So it was a totally different pace than we're used to working with. And you know, he's just like a powder keg of energy, slamming espresso nonstop, and just like, okay, go. And it was exciting, and we hope to work with him more. And it was cool because with Scotch it's more of just the in the band kind of family vibe, and then with Feldy you're kind of relinquishing the lead, the reins more, to let him kind of steer you, because he's such a force of nature. And it was really cool to have 2 completely different kind of writing experiences.
The cover art for this album is really great. Can you talk about that? I think it's a really, really neat thing.
Yeah, our management came up with the idea, I think, and it was fun to involve the fans and let them be a physical part in this photograph, making up the whole band, and have it last forever. And it was like 9,000 pictures. It's cool as a art project. It turned out really sweet.
I mean, one thing I thought was striking today too, is I was kind of getting ready for this. I don't know very many other bands, and I'd have to think about it a little longer, that people will tattoo their band on. You have so many people that have 311 tattoos in one way, form, or fashion. That is such an absolute honor. I won't get a Simpsons tattoo, and that's my favorite show of all time.
Yeah, I should have gotten a Simpson tattoo a long time ago.
He's got the very first 311 tattoo, 3 and 11. It's the first one of anybody.
Yeah.
Wow.
Before the logo even existed, so he just used Roman numerals.
Yeah, it was like 93 or 94.
Wow.
Yep.
It's tomorrow night, and I don't mean to jump around topics. Tomorrow night playing Lincoln. I'm sorry that I don't know the Nebraska geography or what have you. Is that like a hometown?
You should know your geography way better.
I know I should, but is that sort of like a hometown?
4 out of 5 of us went to school there for higher education.
Ah. So
yeah, it's only an hour away from Omaha,
Yeah.
and we haven't played there for like 15 years or something.
Oh my gosh.
Who knows? Yeah, and we're playing outside, and 4,000 people already say they're going to show up, but you know what that's like.
Yeah, you know how that goes. Well, guys, just one more thing here before we leave. First of all, thank you very much for taking the time. It's always a pleasure when we get a chance to talk to you.
How do you like the new album?
I do dig the album. I have not listened to the album from start to finish, and I'll be honest with you, and I knew you were going to probably ask that, and I didn't want to be a liar.
I like asking questions back to
No, that's good. That's good.
I think we've done this before.
But, well, I have. But see, the worst thing I think is if I say, oh yeah, I've heard it, it's great, and then you go, what songs do you like? And then I'm like, Too Much to Think, the one that we play. I don't want to be that guy.
Honesty in journalism is where it's at.
Well, and plus too, like,
It's not fake news here.
Well, and to be even more frank, I do our new music show, help put that together, as well as be the music director. So, man, I get a good stack every week, and I like to take my time sifting through everything.
Yeah.
Like to give everything a good listen and to give it its just due.
Right.
So sometimes, that sort of happens as well.
As long as we're in line.
I feel as though that I've disappointed you
The
in the last couple
simply.
of minutes of this interview, and I don't want to do that.
No way. No,
Ever?
whatsoever. No,
All right.
I like it. I like peeling the onion back.
When was the first time you met the Urge guys?
Oh gosh, we were out on the road somewhere. I wouldn't be able to remember the first time, but when we played with them, which is probably, I wouldn't have seen them outside of a 311 show. I don't think. But I was scared to play with them because it was it's like animals, semi-tame animals on stage, just
like
with the audience in their palms.
94,
or paws.
95, we toured with him multiple times.
Yeah, dozens and dozens.
Well, I mean, I remember I saw you guys, I guess this was Kansas City because it wasn't here. It was you, No Doubt, and the Urge. And it was, from start to finish, fire. And I wasn't even a huge No Doubt fan at that particular time. I mainly had went to see you guys and to see the Urge. But they were absolutely incredible. And that's one thing that I think is amazing with your live show, is that it's transitioned through all these years to still be this energy-filled 2 hours of awesomeness. You know what I mean? Like, as everybody's gotten older, we're still rocking. We're doing well.
Yeah, we were raised on it. That's all we know how to do. You can't stop a beaver from making a dam. That's all we know.
Don't even try and stop a beaver.
I think this is
Have you tried to stop a beaver?
never
lately?
once, wouldn't, and this is the perfect way to end this interview, I believe. Peanut, Nick Hexum, thank you so very much for your time. Joined in the Point studio now by the mastermind behind Ghost, Tobias Forge. How are you, man?
I'm good, thank you. How do you do?
I'm doing really well. It's an absolute great pleasure to have you here, and the absolute ferocious fan base of Ghost has me completely petrified that I'm going to screw this interview up because they
Then don't.
Right. Well, that's the idea. But it's one of those really great things in getting to talk about Ghost right now because you can just feel all the excitement and everything kind of not starting to come together, but just continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger. That has got to be an amazing thing for you to see on your side of things.
Of course it is. I mean, I've done many records in my life that it caused nothing, you
Right.
know. So it's and you never know how many times you will have this feeling. So I'm trying to sort of absorb it and enjoy it whilst it's here, and yeah, no, it's a fantastic feeling.
When I had read, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I had read, kind of when the process and the thought process for this was beginning, that you thought that you would have a certain audience that would dig it, that would enjoy it, and that it might even be kind of like sort of an art thing that you could potentially see at like an art installation. Are you yourself a little surprised that it is grown into what it has become now?
Yes. I mean, obviously everything is a gradual sort of, these epiphanies of what you can achieve obviously comes gradually. And now obviously I know what took us here, but there was definitely a thousand things that I could never have predicted back in 2008 or 9 or 10 or 11.
Sure.
And so yeah, it's mind blowing, but yeah, I don't know what to say really. I knew I liked it and the material in the beginning, and whenever I played it to people, it seemed to have caused a reaction that seemed that indicated that there was definitely a crowd for it.
Absolutely.
But going from there to here, it's a long way to the top.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to specifically seeing you tonight at you guys tonight at Peabody, because the theater is just beautiful. Like it is completely perfect for this type of show. As the shows get bigger, I'm sure the work putting into the show gets greater as well, but the end result has to be unbelievably rewarding when you get a little bit more room and you get more bells and whistles that you can incorporate into the show. It has to be a really great thing to be a part of and see as it goes along.
It is. As a perfectionist, it's also very grueling because everything is a work in progress all the time, and a lot of the things that I have in mind right now are, since we're doing a few arena shows this fall, and that's where we intend to sort of keep it in the future. There's a lot of moving parts that needs to go, and we just started the album cycle as well. This tour that we're on right now is technically it's like a pre-album sort of warm-up tour.
Sure.
And there's still a lot of things in progress, and as a director of all this I see a lot of flaws. I see a lot of things that are not done yet. I won't bore you with that, obviously, but that's part of being in a movement, I guess, that's going forward and upwards. You constantly what you present is basically something that is in progress, and since I know where we're going,
right,
I'm never fully content with what I see right here, right now. I'm a little bit more like, well, wait till you see the next thing.
Right. So you're just, it's almost like you're kind of continually sort of proving it to yourself, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
We're now doing a lot of the things that I had on the to-do list 10 years ago.
Right. And I heard that you know what's coming up in 2 years and in 3 years, and what you're doing now is what you were working on 3 or 4 years ago, or what have you.
Yeah, more or less that has always been the case with Ghost, especially. And that is not a bad thing. It's not. I'm not complaining. I'm just to sort of to answer your question.
Yeah.
I very seldom sort of just sit my ass down and just like, oh wow, I'm done.
Right.
I'm there.
Right.
We
Right.
made it.
Right.
You know, I'm trying to not to do that. But you know, and then again, you try to stop a few seconds every day into like, life is really fucking good.
The first time that I heard this song Rats, for one, I just love guitars so much. And being in 2018, it seems that there is, a lack of guitars in a lot of places. So that when I first heard that song, I mean, it had just initially just grabbed me. And then the video on top of it is such a great companion, with the song. It just gets me excited to hear more of this record, which is going to be out 1 week from today, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And I'm going to screw up the title because I've listened to 34 interviews and everybody says it different.
Do it.
But I think through the Steve Jones interview in LA, I think Prequel.
I try to say prequel, but you can say prequel if you want.
But I just want to say
Hey! Extra long hey today because I only have on mic 1. Mic 2. And mic 3.
Hello.
We are down to 3.
Yeah.
Rafe is out today, not feeling well.
Which is the right thing to do.
as you probably predicted if you heard his voice yesterday.
Yeah.
I think he just burnt himself out for 2 weeks in L.A.
We're going with that narrative, not about the arrest?
Yeah, right.
Hey!
I was arrested last night at Dollar Tree in South City.
He said, don't talk about the Dollar Tree arrest. Riz is in Dominican Republic. He'll be back in just a day or two. But hey, you know what?
What?
We will fill that mic today, and hopefully we got to wipe it down. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I will.
Oh.
Because we do have a
That's
guest.
already done with my OCD problems that I have in here. So.
Have you been wiping down mics?
No, not yet, but I will.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's nice.
I always wipe down the counters.
We are joined by a good friend and guest, friend of the show, friend of the show members, Jimmy Griffin.
Jimmy Griffin.
Jimmy freaking Griffin.
Heck yeah.
Let me find the Jimmy Griffin button. Here it is.
It's funny because you never know what Jimmy Griffin's promoting.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I don't have anything written down, and to tell you the truth, I was going to have to ask him because I forgot what it was.
It's
already.
Hard Promises, El Monstero, probably some Incurables. I mean, who knows what that guy's doing?
Pretty much the only guy that I know is in more bands than I am.
Yeah.
And he's constantly working, constantly doing something.
He is.
And just ripping up the scene. We are so blessed, shall I say, since Riz is not here, to have him in our scene, playing guitar in our local market for all these different bands. So, yeah, we'll see what he's got going on. But he's going to come in and talk about that. But I think we're going to have him for a couple hours. So we'll play a little game with him, maybe.
Yeah.
What do you want to call this? St. Louis Rock Band or BS?
Yep.
Real St. Louis Rock Band or BS? We'll play that with Jimmy, and we'll give away some more Pointfest tickets. We got Pointfest coming up this weekend. You guys stoked or what?
Yeah.
I am stoked. I was prepping. So I found out yesterday I'm interviewing Bad Omens and Avatar. Those are the bands that I got lined up to interview on Saturday.
And those are the ones you're stoked on. Weren't you
And
really
I'm
stoked on Avatar?
I am really stoked about Avatar. But Bad Omens, I'm not like completely aware of. I haven't been following their career. And I hope I get Noah Sebastian, the lead singer guy. And so yesterday I was cramming in as much Noah Sebastian content as I possibly could, just getting his demeanor. Like I always watch interviews to check out people, like how they are in interviews.
Yeah.
So I can like either tone myself down or ramp myself up. And he seems like a really chill guy, so I can't wait to talk to him.
That's
on
So you're
Saturday.
ramping yourself down.
I will have to. Yeah, I will have to calm down. He seems like my energy might be a little too much for his ass. So
Maybe that's good.
Maybe.
Maybe that'll make for a different interview.
Possibly.
Heck yeah. Bad Omens, Wage War, Grandson, Avatar, and more happening on Saturday. We do have that Pointfest pre-party. I'm excited about that because it's never too far. I think last year we did it in St. Charles. This year is in Bridgeton, 11 a.m. to 1, and then we head straight over to the concert. But you know what? I hate to, and we talked about this too. The things yesterday we talked about that make you seem old and whatever. But dude, after this rain, I'm just stoked for the sunset.
I know.
Or for the sunlight.
high of 80 that day.
Sun to come out, decent temperature, not too hot. It's going to be great.
Praise God.
Can you guys look this up? How much rain have we had? This has to be more rain than we've had in years.
Oh my
in
God.
years, yeah.
My girlfriend, let me show you. My girlfriend Abby sent me a video yesterday. She lives in Glendale. And dude, her backyard was a flood. Look at this. This is her backyard in Glendale. Glendale's right by Webster.
Man.
I mean,
Wow,
and
nice
Kirkwood.
deck.
Yeah, great house.
Whoa.
But she could have gone floating in her backyard
Yeah,
yesterday.
that's canoeing.
Insanity.
Wow.
And to be honest, it makes me sad because there's so many nice homes in Glendale, and there's this creek there, and I don't know anything about the government over there, but man, they got to get that fixed because the property value in Glendale is way up, and it should not be flooding like that.
Yeah, this has to be more rain than we've had in recent
Yeah, I think
decades.
so. I think we're just getting maxed out.
Well, the problem is, those of us that deal with that seasonal, what is it?
Seasonal affective disorder.
Seasonal affective disorder. We're just kind of coming out of it from the winter.
I know.
And then this all happened. And I swear, dude, my dog is one of those. Like, I don't know if you guys have moody dogs, but my dog's like, real smart and moody. And she was just, she was moping all day yesterday. Just walking around like, are you kidding me, man? And when she's got to go outside. So she's like, let me out. And you let her out. And she just slowly mopes out with her shoulders down and like, do I have to go out here
It's wet.
and go to the bathroom in this? She's just miserable.
Yeah, my dogs have to, for some reason now with the rain they're reluctant. You have to like shove them out the door, pretty much walk them to the grass to make them go. I'm like, girls, just go pee. It would be quicker than you're putting on a fit here trying to get down there.
Cats unaffected completely. They poop in the house in their litter boxes.
This
They're
is
all
their
good.
weather.
Yeah, they're like, we don't care.
This is our summer.
I was going to text you last night, Lern, and say, have you discussed with Tim the process of switching the cats over to pooping in the toilet?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
Well, on Tuesdays, Tim and I don't really have a lot of time together because we don't really see each other on Tuesdays. So, no, I didn't get to bring it up, but I will later today.
Are you interested in that?
Not really, because I feel like, well, first of all, at our house, all of our toilet lids are down because that's just how we roll. So now that means the toilet lids are going to have to be up.
Yeah.
And then, like, God only knows if the cats will actually jinxie this and poop in the toilet. And then will they be in the toilet? I don't know. It's a whole thing. So probably not.
Have you done any research? Have you
No.
seen the video? Have
You're
you
the
looked up-
only research I've had.
You got to look up this video. I'm sure there's tons of them by now. But I looked this up 20-something years ago, and I was like, man, if I get a cat again, I'm teaching it to poop in the toilet.
Right.
And it's fairly simple. Let me walk you through it, because I know people are out there going, this is not true. This can't work. And I'm telling you it does work. It takes like 7 weeks or whatever the heck it is. And what you do is you put the litter box. I'm sure you got a little litter box. Do they have like a roof or something on
Yeah,
it?
one of them does.
All right, you put it next to the toilet. Just let that happen for a week.
Okay.
Okay, it gets used to going to the bathroom. It gets used to where this is. All right, you do it for a week or two, or whatever the heck the video says. Then you put it on like a stool or like a couple phone books, whatever the heck it is. You raise it a little bit, and you slowly raise this thing. So now it has to kind of whoop whoop jump up into it, and you do that for a couple weeks at a time. And you just get it to about toilet level.
Right.
Then you put it over on the toilet. Roofless, obviously. You don't want it knocking over the roof or anything. You put it there. You probably got to, I don't know, tape it to the toilet, maybe secure it just to make sure I'm not, promoting messes here. And then you let it do that on top of the toilet. It's all about location, right?
Right.
And then you slowly, you put it under the lid. Like you can kind of like carve it a little bit. Like almost you use, what are those ones that like, if you got to go to the doctor?
Oh, yeah, where you got to catch the stool.
And you got to catch it.
Oh, okay. The bed
Right.
pan.
Yeah,
the
sure. You
bedpan
get that
type thing.
CVS or Walgreens or whatever.
Your grandma's house.
$10, yeah, a piece of plastic. And you put that with the litter still in it.
Okay.
And you put it under the toilet seat.
Right.
And you just let this cat rip it in the toilet for, I don't know, however many weeks it says. And then you slowly reduce the amount of litter. And then you remove the thing. And then the cat's like, well, where else am I going to go?
I love it. I think that's
How
cool.
cool is that?
But also, like, I think the cats like burying their poo,
well, yeah,
So-
they pretend bury it too.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Sure.
Dude, I don't know. We'll see. My cats are kind of idiotic. So we'll see if this works for them. I'll have to think on it.
I have faith that your cats can poop like humans.
Thank you, Moon.
It's going to be
Yeah,
fine.
this is a must. This is a must.
I'm telling you, if there's an invention that needs to happen in the near future, it's something that can make this an easier process.
Okay.
As if that's not easy enough for all of us.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you,
All right.
with all the future stuff, by the way, what do you guys feel about AI? That's all we're talking about is AI now.
I'm not on it. I don't subscribe yet. I like all of you guys have been doing Chat GPT and all this. I don't do it. I don't get on and try to make it think for me. I haven't gotten that curiosity yet. I'm always late to the party, though, so.
You against it? You against it?
I'm not against it. I'm just not interested in it yet.
What would make you interested in it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like, to me, and this sounds real like woo-woo, but I like, I like real connections. I like human connections. I'm pro people. So like, I'm not all up on like the most high tech. Like I don't have a smart speaker in my house. The most high tech thing I have is my phone. So I don't really have a necessity. It's not a need thing. I don't need AI right now. I like thinking for myself. I like hearing what your thoughts are. I'm still interested in people.
So you're interested in people. Let me share this story with you. I found this interesting. A 61-year-old German man named Michael Baumer has terminal cancer, and he is leaving behind an AI version of himself.
Oh, interesting.
He is the first customer of a service called Eternos that creates your own AI double. Now, if this sounds like a TV show, it is. We're pretty much.
Here's what I want to know. Can your AI double be like really cool and everything you want? So that way
Really
in the
cool.
future, everyone's like,
It's like your
that was
sim.
the greatest guy that ever lived, man.
You're basically feeding it a model of you, your behaviors, your speech, your interests, your whatever.
Okay.
He's been training an AI to act just like him and carry on after he's passed away. You tell it your thoughts, your memories, you tell it stories. It learns to mimic your personality, your voice, and can even generate new ideas similar to what you might think up. They asked him 150 questions about himself and his life, and he spent several weeks answering them at length. So, one of the beautiful things that we've been a part of is the sound story thing.
Right, I was just
and,
saying,
And you
yeah.
can get the sound story, and it's like their voice. This is, many steps away from that, but at least in the same mindset, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's to have something lasting for your family.
Right, your legacy.
Yeah, but this will be fun if he gets hacked and people can mess with their voice
That's
and
true.
make him a pervert.
But how do you feel about that? I feel like life is so precious in itself that we get to, like, it's just this hope, this one life maybe. And then when it's gone, it's gone. And so that's why it's so precious. And I think things like sound story are beautiful because you do get to like tell a story or answer questions about your life and leave that for the people who loved you to have like something. But I don't know. I mean, that's essentially what this is, only exaggerated on a mass.
I think this is lazy. What you're saying with sound story or like Moon's catalog of music, like all those things.
Yeah, the things
you're leaving beautiful things behind.
Right.
This isn't.
This is like if I were going to go to Disney World and the animatronic version of myself was in, Small World After All. Like, that's what I'm imagining. Like, I have a robot-looking Chuck E. Cheese guy that looks like me.
Yeah.
But you're imagining the bear from Chuck E. Cheese all stupid looking at
Right. And then, like, if you missed me, you could go up and hit the button, and then there I am. But it's like the weird tarot card reader thing from Big. Like, it only answers 7 questions. I don't know. I just think that's kind of cheesy.
Well, this is basically learning you. So they say that you can, like people, your family, can ask questions and still go to you for advice. Even Michael's great-great-grandchildren will be able to talk to him, something, close anyway, and a representation of him where they could actually interact, not just hear something. He and his wife got to see this AI in action for the first time last month, and they were so impressed. They asked it to say something nice to her before bed, and in his exact voice, it said, "My love, have sweet dreams, and I love you so very much."
That's awesome. I can't wait for kids to ask Grandpa for advice. Like, my car won't start. Oh, you got to get the key. And you got to, turn it at the same time you're hitting the gas, try to give it a little gas, all this. And they're like, what's a key?
What's
What's
the gas?
Well, let's
I don't
see.
even drive my
It
own
makes
car.
no sense, you person from the old days.
Here's Michael talking about why he wanted to do this.
Going is hard, but when you know that something stays back, that your legacy is staying in the vault and is available for your children, grandchildren, for the generations after, this gives you at least it gave me a kind of closure.
Okay, so one-time cost. Your family doesn't have to pay anything. It's not like a subscription where they're just going to keep raising the price for bleeding you or something like that. So what do you think the price is?
I don't know,
Well, if it's a
$1,000.
one-time and this is going to be on their servers forever, supposedly, I would say they're going to charge $20,000.
This is just, what do you get? Do you get like a mannequin of yourself? This is a wax figure of yourself?
No. There's no
it's an
physical.
app or
There's no
This is
whatever.
just online.
Yeah, it's an AI.
Oh, yeah,
it's an
$1,000
AI
bucks.
thing. $1,000.
Yeah.
I'm going 20, and they're limited in thinking because technology is going to change and this won't be much use very soon.
Now, this says it costs between $10,000 and $15,000. I don't know if are there two tiers? Is there one with 110 IQ and one with 140 IQ?
One with dial-up access, like it's a little slower. Then there's one that's high speed, so you can get quicker answers.
There is already a wait list to sign up, though, for this thing. But, I mean, think about that. You know, like my kids, they're right in the teen years where they kind of like are annoyed by everything we say, even if it's all great stuff. So just imagine getting to hear your parents go on and on and on forever.
Now, thanks to AI, your parents can talk to you forever.
Wipe that smile off your face, or I'll do it for you.
Just have your mom or dad input memories and their voice.
Money doesn't grow on trees, you know.
I'll wash your mouth out with soap.
And you'll be able to listen to them in perpetuity.
Close the door. Were you raised in a barn?
Stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about.
Your loved ones' voices will live forever.
I brought you into this world, and I'll just as soon take you out.
Your face is going to freeze that way.
Nightmares, cold sweats, and counseling not included.
Don't make me pull this car over.
All right. See, now I'm all in.
See?
Like, that's actually good advice. It's cool.
AI's really got something to give. By the way, it could force humans to work less, but in one weird way, AI is already helping us work less. Check this out. Using bots to snag open slots on your company's vacation calendar is the new trend. Listen up. It's already become a problem at Amazon warehouses. So Amazon employees have two types of unpaid time off that they can take. One is normal unpaid vacation, and then there's a limit to how much they can take of that. The other is, quote, voluntary time off, or VTO, where your boss decides that they don't need as many people working, right?
Okay.
So VTO doesn't count against your vacation time. Because of that, there's a ton of competition when those slots open up. But they're really, really hard to get. Now they're even harder because Amazon sends out alerts right after new VTO becomes available. But people say the slots are always gone now, even if you try to claim one immediately. So when we were at Disney World, like they say, you know, on the app, refresh it right at 7 a.m.
Yeah,
and then the guard guy was standing there at the gate and he's like, refresh at 6:59 to try to get in line for this thing. Well, other employees are using bots to snap them up in a fraction of a second. Bots like this have been a problem elsewhere, too. It's a huge thing last month about bots snagging up all the tee times at golf courses in L.A. So people are, like, building these bots. Now, the courses are charging $10 deposits to try to help prevent it, but I don't see a way where you're going to end up being able to prevent this stuff.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
I love the AI bot screwing up the golfers. I think that's kind of fun. I mean, this is something I can kind of get behind, like, because, you know, the amount of money and time that is wasted on golfing.
Pardon me?
I know. Yeah, I'm anti-golf. You heard it here first. So this is something
But think
I like.
of what it does for the environment. It's really good.
Oh, yeah. It takes up... Well, it does. Yeah, you're right. All that
it is so fun to watch all this tech stuff, and it's not fun to watch all the bad stuff. But it comes out, and we have all these great ideas, and then immediately the quote-unquote abuse, like the like, how can I use this
right
in a certain way? And you know what? I gotta call this dude out. One of the first guys that was kind of on it with the internet and stealing music and all this stuff that I knew. Ooh, I'll go ahead and say this. He won a band contest, if you will. It was like, go to
Clay Aiken?
No, we'll just say go to the Points website and vote for your favorite local band to open up a show. And this band won by a mile. I mean, a mile.
Just most popular band in the world.
Like 20,000 votes. Man, there must be
Are you
selling
talking about
out.
like the A-list, like something like that?
I'm talking about a show where this band, this
like
guy,
he flooded the system with tech.
he created a bot basically in the early 2000s to vote on this particular website.
Cutting edge.
And man, I tell you, the radio station was like, dang, man, this guy must be selling out Mississippi Nights. They must be selling out. I don't know if the pageant was even around then, but like, you know, they're like, wow, this band definitely won. And then nobody was at the show because nobody heard of this band. And this guy's going around going, yeah, I created a bot and totally cheated. And,
wow. And
my band's here. But that's how things happened back then.
Yeah, cheaters always wait.
It worked out for him, I'll tell you that. This was back in, I don't know, we were probably just out of high school. And my daughter is already planning for college. You know, your sister just graduated.
Right.
She's a freaking doctor now. And I read this. This has to be an 18-year-old's worst nightmare. High school senior, worst news, college rejection letter, right?
Right.
Scratch that. Worst news is actually getting accepted and then having it retracted because Georgia State University sent out 1,500 welcome emails to the upcoming school year.
That is awesome.
It was technically not an official acceptance letter, but the kids who got them would get that impression. The email leads with, "Welcome to Georgia State University."
Right.
Wow.
School realized the error and then sent out retractions. And oops, my bad. Follow-up notices explained the error, told the student, "Sorry, you're being considered, but it's incomplete and you've been rejected." Students are super upset. One mother said, "Our daughter won't talk about it. She won't walk out of her room all day. She's just very disappointed." Georgia State University says that they're now triple checking their process to make sure that this never happens again.
I like it.
That sucks.
Super sucks, man. I can't imagine that kind of pain.
That's pretty fun though. It's a good way to also test to see if these kids are going to be good in college because if they don't read the whole thing first.
Yeah, we were talking to the boss yesterday about ACT scores and what that means, and one of us had a situation where it was like the kids scored whatever it is, a 32 or 31 or 30, something like that, where if it was one more point, you automatically get whatever it is, Bright Flight,
Right.
Yeah,
or
community
all these different
college.
things. Yeah, we were talking about all the friends that we knew that would go back and keep going back and keep going back, trying to get that 1 point, score one more point so they
Just to
could
do
get
a little bit better, yeah.
just a little bit better. Well, check this out.
And now they do an average, which they didn't do when we were.
They do an
Right?
average?
I think
But
so.
that's what he mentioned. I don't know. So you're telling me if I score 30 and then I score 27, they're going to give me a 28 and a half?
Yeah. They're going to average them out.
Bummer.
Why wouldn't they go? I mean, I guess that is the downfall of doing that. If they do average them, maybe you have a choice to either take the high one or do a better average. I don't know.
Well, yeah, you would think you would take the high one. If I got a 31, I'm not going to chance getting a 30 and lowering my average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I don't
But that's
know.
the risk you run if you do take it again then. Like you're penalized in that way. Like if you do it, you get a 31, great. But if you come back and you get a 28 and now your average is down, like that's the risk you run of doing it twice.
I don't know.
That's not.
I don't remember
know.
that when we
Good.
were young.
I don't either, and I don't remember. I'm not the guy to give advice because here's what happened to me. And kids, don't listen to this. But I did it as a sophomore, right? You'd start doing it as a sophomore.
I think so, yeah.
So I did it as a sophomore. I scored not great. And then I took a course. I remember I took a full-on course, a couple $100. Went in multiple times a week. I studied. I got the booklet. Remember they used to sell
yeah.
that $100 booklet. Like, here's the ACT prep
yeah.
course, and it's got its own test and all that. I did this whole thing, and I went in and I scored 1 point less. And then I was like, dude, I guess I'll do this again. And I signed up to do it again in my junior year, and it just happened to be scheduled for the morning after I had to tell my parents that me and my high school girlfriend were pregnant.
Right.
Yeah, that works out
And
good.
then my entire life would be changing. And needless to say, it was one of the more difficult nights of my entire life.
Sure.
Things did not go well.
Did your parents freak out when you told them, or what did they say to you? Like, what was
His dad
if you
gave
don't
him a high
mind?
five. He's like, "That a boy, yeah."
That is such a common thing that people have
Yeah.
different reactions, their parents, obviously.
Yeah,
Like shock, I imagine, is first, and then acceptance or anger, or I don't even know.
yeah. I want to be delicate here.
Because let me just say, yeah, I was scared to death to have sex in high school.
Yeah.
Like I witnessed my sister's birth in '98. I was 14 years old, and it scared me to death.
Yeah.
Right. And then I was very responsible. I was like, I'm not doing nothing until I'm older, And then whenever I got a boyfriend that was like serious, and I was like, okay, I told my mom, like, I think need to get on birth control, like all this stuff. Like, and that's a crazy conversation to have with your parents if they're open to that, But my mom was like, yes, because she was like, you are not having a baby in high school. And she was like as protective as she could be to educate me on sex. Obviously, like I witnessed that birth, but she wanted me to have all the resources that I could possibly have. Thank God she had health insurance and whatnot. But I mean, I still waited a really long time. And I had a couple of friends who had babies in high school, and they did well with it, but I was like terrified.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine what that conversation is like with your parents.
It was tough. let's just say it was a shock.
Sure.
It did not go well. I was like the good kid. Right?
Yeah.
So like when my parents even said this, like when they went to church or went to work if for the weeks after that, and they'd be like, our son's girlfriend is pregnant. They all went, Clark? Like, that was my little brother. And nobody guessed it was me, right? I'm walking around with a WWJD shirts on. It didn't go well. I'll say this in humor because it's still funny to me, and I still have a couple friends that joke about it. I told my mother, and she was sitting next to me, and she was like screaming for my dad. So my dad came up, and he knew something was wrong from the tone of my mom's voice. He ran, and he's not a runner, and he ran up the stairs, and he runs into my room, and like clearly my mother is insanely distraught.
Sure.
Like something,
Devastating,
her son has done
What'd
something.
you do, boy?
Her son, and I feel terrible because I mean it was an extremely difficult situation that my actions put my parents in, right? And but my mother was so distraught, and I'm sitting there that my dad screamed, "Are you on drugs?"
Oh man.
And that's forever the humor to be taken out of that.
Were you on drugs?
No.
Okay, good.
And neither was she, unfortunately.
I mean, this is just pure love, like that's the only drug we were on.
Wow.
Yeah, she said,
love
"Are you
drug.
on drugs?" And I was like, "No." And my mind was like, one step worse, Dad. for this family, I guess.
Nothing that bad, Pops.
No, so I didn't sleep that night. It was like the worst night ever, right? Probably the worst night of my life. And I went to take the test the next morning at 8:30 in the morning, whatever the heck it is. I was not interested. I'd already taken the test twice.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, I don't even want to be here. I didn't sleep.
And you're probably thinking, like, what is my future anyway?
Yeah, I'm like, what am I doing?
Right.
Like, there goes the colleges for me anyway. Like, my whole plans are going to change. So I'm filtering all this through my brain, and the last thing I want to do is take this test. I took it, and I finished an hour early. Because I was just,
just doodled in the-
I'm just doing
Making
whatever.
designs,
I don't
like
even care.
CC.
Right.
Yeah, I'm making dragons out of the Scantron, and I walked up to the teacher's desk or whoever, the monitor, the proctor, and I slam it on the desk, and he goes, no, you have to stay until the time's over.
Ah, geez.
and I said, absolutely not, and I put it down and I left.
They're like, I'm going to be a father. I'm out.
Yeah, I was like, doesn't matter. Like, fine, don't count
I'm a
it.
dad.
And I slapped it down and I just left. And I said,
He goes, are you on drugs?
yeah, I remember
Yeah.
saying absolutely not, and I left, and I scored one higher than I did the first
Look at
time.
you.
So stupid.
Incredible. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also love that idea where if you finish that test, they're going to make you wait till the last person finishes. That's
Yeah, well, it was
That's
like
genius.
It was like a time thing. Remember, you were supposed to. I mean,
I know. It
dude,
was such a mess.
I don't remember
that
because mine
ACT
yeah,
prep
was not
had a
good.
breakfast in it. It had like a here, have this. It makes you have a balanced breakfast.
Like the tips, like
Oh,
make sure your
yeah.
belly's full and you have a water and
Drink,
all that crap.
yeah, drink this amount of water and have a banana and a nice starch and this and that. I mean, and I scored the best on the worst day ever.
I love that for you. I mean, that shows something about your skills to handle things under pressure. It
Oh, I don't
really
know.
does.
I don't know. I think my
Or
guessing,
that, or it was pure exhaustion
yeah, my
and
guessing
delirium.
Game, my guessing game was on it for that time.
You should have bought a lottery ticket that day.
On the flip side, a teenager from Chicago has graduated with a doctoral degree in integrated behavior health. 17-year-old Dorothy Jean Tillman II talked about all of her academic success. Check this out.
I started when I was young, first getting my associate's degree in psychology, going on 11, and then since some of my credit hours for that were able to go towards my bachelor's, I got that at 13. And then I was able to get my master's by 15 years old, and then that led to me getting my doctorate degree at 17. Really just grateful that the world is my oyster and that I've done so much so young.
I wish I could be her, man.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Associate's degree at 11, master's at 15.
Right. Incredible.
That's insane.
Yeah.
And I hope she runs the planet someday.
I do too.
You know what I mean? You can argue this all you want and then get back to binge watching another 6 hours of Love Island. But they say time is money. So how much is your free time worth? The average American says your free time is worth how much an hour?
Minimum wage. What is it? I'm going $20 an hour.
$20 an hour?
I'm going to say it's close. Like, it'll probably surprise us, but I bet it's about $1,000 an hour.
$1,000 an hour versus
Think of all the
$20
stuff we're
an
doing.
hour.
I mean, think of the all the stuff behind it, like the work they pay for your insurance, all this stuff, but we also have all these other things outside of here that we have to cover.
But then think about when
Take
you go
care
on a
of.
shopping spree on your free time. Like sometimes I'll be at like lulus.com and I'll start spending the money. And that's like $200 in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
$200, you say?
Yeah, 200. Okay.
$240 an hour.
Right on.
Is what the average American says their free time is worth. That's a lot more than the average person makes, obviously. At 40 hours a week, it would be $499,000 a year. Average salary in the U.S. is just over $59,000. A third of people in the poll said less than $50 an hour, which is still a lot, especially when you consider how much time you're willing to waste, every single day. $240 is just the average. Baby boomers said $137 an hour.
137. That's a good number.
They're not thinking of
I
inflation.
don't know why I didn't go with that.
Gen X said $215. Gen Z said $267. And millennials think their time is worth $329 an hour.
Yes, we're rich.
That is over $680,000 a year. That, by standards, sleeping 8 hours a night is costing them around $75,000 a month.
Who does that?
So if you've always wanted to be rich and you think that, you should be making $680,000 or whatever it was, West Virginia might be your best bet.
Okay.
A new report looked at how much you'd need to earn to be, quote, rich in all 50 states. They defined it as being in the top 5% of earners in your state. The lowest threshold is in West Virginia, where you need to earn $329,000 a year to be rich.
Okay.
Mississippi is up next. $334,000 will make you rich there. And in New Mexico, who we found out yesterday was the most dangerous state right now, New Mexico, if you make $353,000 a year, you are rich.
Nice.
Very cool.
The most expensive state to be rich in is Connecticut. You got to make $656,000 a year to be considered rich there.
All right.
So almost double the earnings in West Virginia. After that, New York is $621,000, Massachusetts $617,000 a year. Thanks to inflation and other factors, you need to earn a lot more to be rich than you used to. The report found people in that 5% are making around 30% more than they did in 2017. Missouri, 5-year change in average income at the top 5% is 30.65%. 2022 average income of the top 5% was $404,000 in Missouri.
Did you see what it was in 2017?
2017 average income of top 5% was $310,000.
Golly, that's changed big time.
Yeah, that's $100,000 more.
Yikes.
In Illinois, the 5-year change percentage is 27.88. In 2022, the average income of the top 5% in Illinois was $503,000. So that's $100,000 more than St. Louis. I'm assuming Chicago's just, really changing that number. 2017 average for the income of the top 5% in Illinois was $394,000. So they've gained even more than $100,000.
And this is per person, not per household?
Yeah, I think this is per person.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
Holy smokes.
But I'd assume, you can kind of count it as household as well. But that's pretty wild, man.
I have work to do then.
We're talking about money, so let's talk about 10 things that are overpriced or could seem overpriced, but are still totally worth it. And I think a lot of these come into focus and real clarity as you get older and you go, whoa, this is a lot of money, but every single penny is worth it. Now, for me, you guys know my big one is underwear.
Oh, yes.
Underwear, you go for overpriced, you go for expensive, you go for nice, snug, good material, going to last you however long it needs to last you, but stop buying the packs of the cheap crap that's for 9-year-olds. What are you doing? Take care of it. It's the only part that's touching there.
MeUndies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I go bigger. I go Tommy John and a couple other companies, and it's like $50, $40 a pair.
Yeah. Skims are really good, too, for the ladies. If you are kind of on the fence because maybe you don't want to support Kim Kardashian's company, it's really good and worth the hype. So
worth the hype. Well, give me something that you think is considered overpriced, especially, by, we'll say, us when we were younger.
Yeah.
But it's totally worth it.
I think eating organically is totally worth it, and it's overpriced. If you try to get all of your vegetables organic and you try to get everything non-GMO and you just try to walk that very straight line of I'm going to eat as healthy as possible, you're spending a lot of money.
Which is funny that it is more expensive than the stuff that has all these chemicals they have to spend money on
Right.
to dump in there and just waste any value that food might have had.
It is crazy. I don't know how that got so lopsided.
Yeah, I don't either. Because they're doing way more additives than this other stuff, and yet it's cheaper
That's
than
a good,
just pulling it out of the ground.
That's a good one, but it didn't make the list as far as what social media is talking about.
I would say,
But I think, hey, one of the reasons that stuff's a lot cheaper is because it's so much cheaper as far as the labor to grow it. You know, like if you're not using pesticides,
Right.
it takes more and costs more to keep these plants healthy than if you just spray it and leave it.
yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
because if you're not doing a multi-crop,
Here, let me give you some examples. Number 10 was divorce. 10 things that are overpriced but still worth it, and divorce made it.
Okay.
Number 9 is a solid, warm winter coat. I'm in. Once I started buying like more expensive things and realizing that like, hey, this is what I told my wife too, because we were in Vail, Colorado, and I can't afford to go back there, by the way. But we were there with some friends on this like group trip, and I realized that I didn't have like the gear that I needed for like the mountains. And first of all, everything is overpriced in Vail. They are just gouging you because they know that like, hey, where are you gonna go? You need a snowboard jacket or whatever it is. But man, I got a jacket that probably cost me like $300 or $400. And I looked at my wife and I was like, I'm going to get it a half size too big, and it's real nice. And babe, this is a lifer. Like you might bury me in this coat. Like I'm wearing this for decades. This is a lifer jacket. And I'll tell you what, man, the quality was worth it. I've worn it for the last 3-4 years, and it is incredible. Number 8 is quality pots and pans.
Yeah.
The cheap ones, flake, scratch, warp, scorch, or just simply don't transfer heat evenly. And some of that stuff can get in your body and your bloodstream is absolutely freaking nasty. So quality pots and pans, I subscribe. Number 7, premium wireless noise canceling headphones.
Yeah, for us especially. I do kind of splurge on mine.
Yeah, you got some really nice ones.
Thank you. Audio-Technica.
Talking about your headphones. Number 6, experiences. Save money on day-to-day stuff, but splurging on an experience like a concert ticket, a weekend getaway, a class you've been walking or wanting to take creates lasting memories and happiness. So, like, just experiences in
seems like
general.
it'd be higher up.
Totally subscribe. Yeah, that's number 6. But I think the top 5 are going to be ones that matter to you.
I know what it is. A unicycle.
No.
Spend good money on those. You don't want a cheap one. You want something that's going to last.
Yours is hair care products.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Allison, your wife, when she was here, explained that you have many at your
The
home.
reason my wife can't eat lunch today
is because you
I
are
had to get some
spending them
hair
at
products.
Ulta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm into that. I would also put up their face regimen things like, masks and toners and moisturizers and whatnot. I
Botox.
mean, that is something. Botox, yeah, all of it, I feel like is something that many of us will subscribe to and we'll kind of turn a blind eye at how much we're paying. And we are paying a lot.
I have to turn a blind eye because my wife, like, something came in the mail and I opened it up and it was like something this big.
Itty bitty, yeah.
I don't know what it was, but it's like, like the size of a pencil. And I saw the
Receipt.
the shipping, the list, whatever it is that they send. And I just went, oh my gosh, is there something else coming? Is there a second box? She goes, do you understand? Like, this is like the highest quality thing of this, whatever face thing it was.
Right.
And I was like, and I just remember having to go, is it worth it? And she's like, yes, I've done the research. All of this is worth it. I was like, okay.
You're like, you need, babe.
She's like,
I
do
need
you
to
like
take-
how this looks?
You should have taken her to
It's
Johnny
worth it.
Brock's because they have all that makeup that's like way cheap. They're in that plastic little.
Well, number 5 isn't something too far from that. It's dental care.
Oh, yeah.
And I subscribe to that as well. Dental care. Number 4 is air conditioning, which, okay, yeah. I mean, we take it for granted.
Comfort
Yeah,
is-
we take it for granted. If you probably had it out for a couple weeks, you realize, wow,
Yeah.
this might be overpriced, but totally worth it. Number 3, and this one I didn't understand until it was too late, and I abused all my friendships. Number 3 is hiring movers.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Worth their weight in gold.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
When we moved in 2022, I go, we are hiring, 2 men in a truck. I'm like, I cannot do this anymore.
I guess if we're going on that route, same would be for your taxes or anything like that. You get like a real deal tax person.
Somebody
You
to
spend
handle
money.
the headache. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
and then you make a lot more money.
Yeah.
Number 2, a quality mattress, quality pillow, quality sofa. That makes a huge, huge difference.
I think the bed is big time.
Yeah, we have a really nice quality mattress, a really nice set of quality pillows. That makes a huge difference. We have a piece of crap for a couch right now, and it is killing me. It's killing me. And every day I think about it, I sit down and I go, what is this? What am I doing? This is the worst.
Is it cheap. As bad on your back, or what is it?
It's bad on my back. It's like it's got like a divot now. Like it's I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah.
But I need to invest.
Lay off the Twinkies. It'll help with the divots.
And number 1 is good, comfortable socks and shoes.
There you go. You're a sock man, too.
I'm a sock guy. I'm a shoe guy, and I have these awesome dunks that I wore on stage on Saturday. And I got home, and I could hardly move my legs, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't play in these shoes anymore. And I even have, like, the nice, expensive insoles, but I was like, dude, when you get some shoes that, like, hurt your feet or hurt your shins, it's like I'm losing a friend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's like a funeral. Like, oh, God, this is such nice shoes.
This is what's weird
these again.
Is I'll wear tennis shoes most of the time because they're easy to, I don't know, it's just right by the door. I usually leave them there.
You're in a tennis shoes phase of manhood?
But if my feet start hurting and I wear the cowboy boots a day or two, all of a sudden my feet feel perfect.
Did men
so those are ultimate.
wear insoles? I feel like I only hear men talking about the insole. Like Tim, my husband, wears them.
Yeah.
You both wear them?
I have them in
I think
every
Rafe
pair of
has said he
shoes.
wears them.
Have to.
What's
Every
up with
pair of
that?
shoes.
I mean,
What do you mean?
Ladies don't wear them as much.
Well, we've weakened our feet enough with the rubber and all that stuff, so.
I mean, but we're wearing heels, like big ass
Yeah.
heels. And we don't need them.
But you can't wear them in heels, right?
Well, no, but
They
I'm just
do
saying,
make little tiny ones
we
for
wreck our
those.
feet. Like women are out there on the cobblestone streets.
You wear boots a lot. You're not putting insoles in those boots?
No.
You're kidding me.
No. And I got kind of like a
I don't know how you
high
do that.
arch. I don't know either. I mean, I don't need them. Do I need them? I don't know.
Do your feet hurt?
No.
Well, then you don't need them.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
I
just think that's interesting.
Hey,
Like,
to
maybe
be
there's an
fair-
evolutional thing.
to
I
be
think
fair-
also if you weigh more than 110 pounds, you have to wear them.
I was
Well,
just
I
gonna
do.
say,
I
to
wear-
be fair, you're very small.
I weigh like 125
You're
though.
like 98 pounds.
But the difference between that and 185, like, I mean,
Right.
like it's a lot more pressure and damage on your feet. So I bet you that's
Maybe
playing
that's
a role that I didn't think of until just now.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know, man. I know Scott's not a car guy necessarily since you got rid of that giant truck that you had when we were teenagers, but you're really into your car. Like you got
I
some
love my
real
car.
pride. You take care of that thing. It's a beautiful ride.
Mm-hmm.
Do you consider it a part of your family?
No, it's my ride. And one day the ride will go away. Like I've been really thinking about getting another car, like getting an additional car.
Whoa! Hey!
That one out there is paid off. And I've been kind of dropping hints to Tim. Like I really want one of these old school vans.
Oh, yeah.
Like a
that'd be
band van.
sweet.
And so I kind of feel like that's going to be my midlife crisis project. I feel like in my 40th year, I'm going to get
Your
my
mom
blacked
likes a
out
van, you're going to get a van.
I know she's got her little VW bus, and then I'll have my my stoner van.
That's awesome.
It'll be cool,
But no,
Wow.
I think I'm a car guy for sure.
and it's part of your
I
family.
want good stuff, but
But do you feel like
I've never had the knowledge, I guess, to restore, or maybe just I didn't take the time to, learn how to restore a car, but also I've never had the means to get the exact cars I've wanted. That's why this deal with Mountaintop is so
It's so
incredible.
cool.
'cause
I know. You get all
my dreams. Like I drove a Ford Raptor
right?
last week, and it's still, I don't know, that thing is phenomenal. So I'm like, yeah, that's a dream.
Yeah, driving these cars from David Taylor Ellisville, this Gladiators, got me really into different Jeeps and all that kind of stuff. And I was hanging out at Fast Lane Cars for a while,
that
'cause
place is.
my son was super into cars, so we were like going there all the time and checking stuff out. And dude, I know that I'm the guy that if I ever have the means to have a car, and we just watched that John Sugar show on Apple TV Plus with Colin Farrell, and he drives like a 60s something Corvette. And I was like, dude, if I had that car, it would be a baby. It would be in my garage, and I'd check on it every once in a while, just to make sure it's all good. I'd have a little tarp for it. I mean, the cover. Dude, I think it would be like a family member, and I hate to say that about something material like that.
That's all right. It's a great hobby.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many people that have, especially if you have a classic vehicle. Like my mom's VW bus is from 1971. And she and her sister went to Texas to get it like in 2020, drove it home, broke down like 6 times. They have put so much money and love. I mean, my mom has sewn curtains for that little.
That's so cool.
It's her baby. She doesn't have grandkids,
Yeah.
so it's like that is her grandchild.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with that at all. Like if you love your car and you baby it, I think that's cool as hell.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, that website for Fastlane is so dangerous to me. I check it. You guys have seen me checking
Oh,
it
yeah.
in and here and
Oh,
going
yeah.
like, oh my gosh, look at this Barracuda. Like, I want those cars so bad.
Yeah, there's a couple of those classic car shops that you just see these old trucks and stuff and just drool.
51% of Americans say that they think their car is a part of the family. A poll also found that 53% of us would hang on to our current car forever if that was an option. But the number one reason isn't emotional, it's financial. 80% of us are trying to keep our current car as long as possible because we don't want to spend the money on a new one. Here are 5 more reasons that we don't want to replace it. Number 1, it's fairly reliable. 58% agree with that. Number 2, it gets pretty good gas mileage. 45% say that. There's just no way I could afford a new car right now. 28% say that. Number 4 is fond memories, like a road trip or family vacation, something that they've attached to that particular vehicle. That's 24%. And number 5 is you just have an emotional attachment to the car, 22%. That said, most of us wouldn't go with the same car if we had to buy right now. Only a third said that they would say that they would buy the same make and model in a newer year. And a lot of those are disappearing anyway. A lot of the makes and models that we're driving right now are
Yeah,
disappearing.
sedans are.
Yeah.
Well, they just got rid of the Malibu.
Yep, they got rid of Taurus.
Didn't they get rid of the Challenger as well? Because, man, that was one of the coolest
Pretty much
cars
all
I've
of the
ever
cars
had.
I've ever driven, I think, are gone. I think the Chevy Cavalier is still around.
Is the Cavalier around?
I think, but I had a Dodge Neon. I think that's long gone.
Oh, yeah.
I had a Pontiac Vibe. That got discontinued.
Wow,
and then
the
I had a
Vibe's
Chevy
rad.
Malibu. So all of the cars I've ever driven are gone.
Do you remember the Dodge Neon when they first released it? The whole campaign was just, hi. It just said, hi. Remember that?
It was just
the,
cute,
The
yeah.
headlights and said hi, and now it's
Bye.
Yeah,
Dodge
that was
Neon,
like
bye.
the
I have a
high school girl car.
Oh yeah, dude! Everybody, all the cute girls had either a Cavalier or a Dodge
Yep.
Neon. My buddy Scott Griffin owns Griffin Automotive Design in Bonne Terre, and they fix up classic cars and like later model vehicles and whatnot. So you can do like anything you want with them. Like if you have a classic car and you want to give it all sorts of modern day enhancements, they can do that. And so he and I were talking a month or so ago, and I was kind of I always tell him because he can find vehicles too because he goes to auctions and obviously has his thumb on the pulse of classic cars. And I'm like, I always tell him like, dude, I want the Wayne Campbell Mirthmobile.
Yeah,
Which I think was a Pacer. And then I am dropping hints on this van idea that I have. And so, yeah, there's like a classic retro car in my future, I think.
Dude, you can get those AMC Pacers. Like they're around.
I know nobody wanted them for a long time. They didn't want them whenever they were around, like whenever they were actually new.
Oh, yeah.
And then Wayne's
now
World
everybody loves
obviously
them.
made
Yeah.
them so cool. And I don't know if they're the safest things in the world.
No, they're terrible.
Because they're like essentially
It's
driving a glass
okay.
box. But I'm like, what the hell? And I would totally mirth it out. I would, it would be like Garth Algar coming down the street.
That'd be cool.
that would be rad.
My dad, when I was little, my dad, who's 6'4", at the time 280, like it was a big feller. He grew. He drove an AMC Gremlin, which is a smaller
Amazing.
version
Yeah,
of the Pacer.
I love it.
The Gremlins are cool, and I saw one identical to his green one at like the Kirkwood, whatever it is, the auto festival,
Like a car fest,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I was just like, oh my gosh, a Gremlin. I asked the guy what it would cost, and I forget the number, but it was something stupid.
Oh, yeah, dude.
because there's none of them out there.
Which is hilarious. You probably bought it brand new for $1,500, and now it's worth $75
Worth
grand.
so much, right? Because that's an investment. I mean, that's classic cars. If you get them and you work on them, I mean, that's why people do baby them, is they put so much money into them.
Yeah.
And then if you can turn them around and sell them eventually,
Well, I
you
wish
can make some
as a
money.
kid people would have. Maybe my dad did try to explain this to me. I don't know, but you think your car's a dump because you're driving a '87 Chrysler LeBaron and all this, and now they're so rare that it's actually worth more than what you. I don't know. You could
Yeah.
actually sell that thing if you would have kept it in great condition. You would have had this weird car that people are like, I kind of want one of those. I miss those.
And
Yeah.
that's the thing about modern day cars. They're so disposable. I love my CLX. It's a very modern, lovely car, and I love driving it. I feel very elite in it. But that probably won't age the same way that the Pacer did. You know what I'm saying? Like, it
Well, we
won't
think
be.
so.
Well, the body, everything about it, you can't really do anything to these cars that like you can with these classic vintage cars. I don't know. It just seems like a different way of manufacturing that made them so incredible.
Yeah.
Strange thing is seeing what my son is into. So my son is 14, right? And you would think he would be into like I don't know, 80s or 90s cars that were cool. And I hate to say that because there's very few 90s cars that were cool, right? But I said, hey man, what's your dream car? Because he's about, he's only a few years, he's a few months really from his permit and his license. And I said, what's your first dream car? And he's like, oh, dude, I want one of those old Firebirds with the big old Firebird on the hood. And I was like, what? Like an old like Trans Am?
T-tops?
Yeah. And Susan and I was like, dude, that's a dream car for me.
That's
not for
Smokey and
you.
the Bandit, baby.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
it was really confusing to hear a 14-year-old talk about that. And what's even crazier is when I was down, really into the fast lane and all that kind of stuff, they were saying that those old cars, like those old classics, the 56 Chevys, the 57 Chevys, like all that cool Mercuries from the 40s and the 50s, that stuff, like it's hard to sell now because the people that were into it, like our parents
gone?
and like they're not buying cars anymore. They're gone. So there are some incredible deals on those really, really classic cars.
That's
the 40s,
wild.
The 50s, even the 60s, because who's buying these kind of things? It's us.
It's young people.
It's the 40-somethings with money, the 50-somethings with money. And what do they want? They want the friggin' Trans Am, bro.
Man. I have a cousin who has a really cool garage. It's a big one, and they have the a loft in there, and underneath the loft they have, I think it's 3 or 4 Studebakers that are from that era, the 40s, 50s, that are just in beautiful condition sitting there. It's such a fun. I'm like, I want to do that garage thing.
I do too, but I'm such an idiot. Like I don't have the. I mean, I really am ignorant on cars. Like I can't do anything. I mean, I can change a tire, but change my oil, it's another story. But I would love to learn. And my dad was a motorcyclist, so my dad always had Harleys and Yamahas, and so he would teach me about like changing my bike and how to change oil that way, but he never was like a car guy. And my mom is like a car guy now. She knows everything about that VW bus.
Wow.
She has a huge 450-page VW bus manual in the back of the bus at all times, because one day we were driving home from Omaha and we broke down and we had to get the manual out, and she and I were trying to shimmy up what was transmission was wrong.
Get Babbel out so I can translate this German.
Right. There was some in German. So, but I would love to go down that road of actually getting intelligent on how to revamp a vehicle like that.
Dude, you walk into one of those classic car places and they will talk your ear off because they know everything about every year car, and you're
So
like,
special.
oh, that's a 71 Dodge Dart Swinger? Oh, yeah, they only made that in these 4 factory colors. And you're like, holy smokes, man. Where do I start?
The only people niche intelligent like that next to car guys is the metal community, where they can tell, because everything is so ancestral, that this guy was in this band and now he's in this band and he started this band and it was a joke, but now it's here. People that can rattle off like that, I'm so inspired by.
Well, speaking of a guy who's in a million bands, Jimmy Griffin's going to be joining us here in just a minute. Is he here yet?
Not that I'm aware of.
In pure rock star fashion, he's late. It's already 7.
go
He's signing autographs out there. There's a line of people.
That's right. Well, let's go. Let's go save him from the autograph line. And but first, let's celebrate the Team Riz Member of the Day. Brought to you by Hot Shots Sports Bar and Grill, proud sponsor of the St. Louis Battlehawks. Find all the cacaws at hotshotsnet.com. Gianna.
Yeah, Gianna.
Gianna Frank from House Springs, Missouri. Gianna is a day one Riz Show listener and fan and listens to the show every morning while working. She appreciates the variety of subject matter and the overall banter on the show, even when not everything is agreeable. She's been a fan of Lern's for many years as well.
Thanks, Chick.
Craigslist Freak of the Week is her favorite part of the show, and she loves hearing all about the weird and gross stories on the show, so she can repeat them back to her coworkers for their reactions. Well, Freak of the Week is on tomorrow. We will enjoy that, but today we enjoy celebrating you, Gianna, of House Springs, Missouri. You can sign up just like she did at 1057thepoint.com/Team Riz. All right, we'll get into it some more in just a bit after the break and hopefully be joined by our good friend Jimmy Griffin. Right now it is 7:03. Here's some traffic and weather. Your first look Lern coming at you.
It's brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The Confluence Music Festival with Ludacris, Riley Green, and more is happening alongside the NASCAR Cup Series June 1st and 2nd. Tickets now at www.raceway.com. EMS responding to an accident reported at Parshall and New Halls Ferry. Your weather today, we'll get up to 76, a low of 59. It's going to be kind of cloudy. Rain tomorrow and Friday, but man, that Pointfest outlook, 82 and sunny. Loving that. 60 right now, and your point weather is brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning, more reliable than your St. Louis weather.
So here we are, our very first Ho-Ho show of 2017, our Christmas show. You will be our first band that we will see, 2/3 of Biffy Clyro. Gentlemen, how are you? It's really great to see you.
Really well, and after that introduction, we're very excited to be opening up the ho-ho party.
The
ho-ho party. Ho-ho party.
And I feel like, even if, I don't know if you know the Rise Against guys, and I know that musically you guys might not necessarily be in lockstep, but I feel like this is a really great rock and roll show from, rock bands are a little bit different. Do you know those guys?
We don't know them
Not personally,
We've shared many festival bills in Europe with them. Those guys have been around for such a long time, and we hold them in the highest regard. So I think to play a show with them is a real honour for us, And you maybe not musically akin to each other.
Sure.
But I think there's a little bit of a crossover there. And,
we don't fit bang on with anyone really. There's always like a slight discrepancy going on in the music world. So Rise Against are about as close as it gets, to be honest.
But I would think that would kind of work for you as well, because then you can kind of be on a lot of different lineups, on a lot of different bills.
We find ourselves.
Love calzones. Okay, maybe if you have to have gluten-free. Well, guess what? For all of you gluten-free human beings out there, Sauce on the Side has gluten-free options for their calzones. They also have vegetarian, vegan options. And, of course, pile on the meats, right? If you're a meathead, they have every type of meat available, stuffed very neatly into these calzones. You are eating locally, too. There's 12 locations that Sauce on the Side have generated in 12 years, and that is just so excellent. I love Sauce on the Side and have since they started their business here in St. Louis. And I'm telling you, man, there's just something comfortable about a calzone. Kind of on a cloudy day like today, just brings you happiness. And they always have monthly specials. I've been talking about this one for the month of May. Easy Breezy Caprese, that is stuffed with balsamic chicken, red, yellow pear tomatoes, fresh basil, and mozzarella. And then, of course, that sauce is on the side, and it's spicy and it's red. So dunk it. Say hello to Tony and Ryan and Dan, the Calzone Man, whenever you go into Sauce on the Side. Let them know you heard about it on The Riz Show. Find a location nearest you at sauceontheside.com.
It's 105.7 The Point. Donnie Fandango backstage, way back Pointfest. Goldfinger, and we got everybody. How you guys doing? It's great to have you.
Woo! Thanks for having us.
Well, and welcome back to St. Louis. I know specifically people were absolutely stoked to see you guys and have you guys back here. And, our buddy Moon is waving that Goldfinger flag when you guys aren't here, man.
Moon rules.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've known Moon way before Moon.
Thanks, buddy.
He's a really good man and an incredible musician, and it's an honor to have him in the band with us. Really, really incredible.
Thanks, John.
And I say this, and we're going to do this. We're going to make him feel uncomfortable. We're going to talk about him right in front of him, all right? But you have access to probably thousands of musicians. Moon, we see what Moon does with Greek Fire and things. What was it about him that you wanted to bring him into Goldfinger? Obviously, he can do a lot of stuff, so I would assume that. He's a good-looking dude. There's that, too.
The first conversation I think I ever had with Moon was, would you make out with Sting? And his answer was, of course, yes.
Yeah, in an instant.
Yeah.
Can I get an autograph, too?
And we both were in agreement that we would both jerk him off. And that was actually what we were talking about.
That actually is
It wasn't
true.
about making out.
Yeah.
It's about...
Yeah, you had a poster above, and I was like, that's my dude, man. Him and Garth
And you
Brooks.
slept in the studio and wanked every night to Sting.
Yeah, I didn't even tell you that. How did you know that?
My camera. I had my camera on you.
Man.
So I was wanking to you, wanking to him.
One question that I have is, we see you guys do these little pockets of tours here and there, and I know you guys all have day jobs in which that you do with other bands and producing and things, but why don't you guys do more? It seems like when you do, people are freaking pumped when you're playing shows and putting out a record. Is it just a matter of timing, I would assume, with all of the other projects that you have going on?
Well, I mean, look, there is a bunch of factors, including my knees are not 18 years old anymore. And we all of us, I mean, I'm probably the oldest guy in the band. I mean, our boy Nick Gross here on drums.
TogetherCU.org, that is the website. Let me encourage you to go there and just see what I'm talking about when it comes to Together Credit Union and how all financial institutions are not created equal. Together Credit Union is the top of the heap, though. I am telling you, as a member, you get so many different advantages, so many perks. The checking accounts, the savings accounts, the mortgage rates, the loans, the credit cards, the business banking opportunities that you have there. And then, of course, if you're going to, when you open an account and become a member, and anybody can today. You just go to the website, togethercu.org, you open an account, and when you do, you can actually choose right there in the drop box that incredible St. Louis City SC exclusive debit card. First of all, it's beautiful. It's awesome. It's very cool. It shows your pride, obviously, for your hometown, for your team, St. Louis City SC, but it also gives you a ton of perks down at City Park. Discounts on beverages, discounts on food, discounts on merch, express entry, all of that. And again, you get to show your pride for the coolest team in the universe, St. Louis City SC. It's all because of Together Credit Union, and they're one of the founding partners of St. Louis City SC. But beyond that, they've just really helped our whole family gain a better understanding of financial health, financial literacy, and everything. And my kids have accounts. They love it. They love the app, and they even have earned money on the app that they can use with gift cards and things because of their education being furthered by all the resources Together Credit Union gives them. Stop by any of the 14 area locations today or visit togethercu.org.
All right, it is Memorial Day weekend. We just got up to the farm. Job number 1, feed the chickens. Let's go.
There's 1 turkey, 2 turkeys. Yeah. All right, come on. To the chicken house.
Okay, gotta feed the chickens. Here's what they eat. Look in here. Oh. Come here, camera guy. There you go. All right, chickens. Here we go. Who wants to eat?
Hey guys, welcome back to the farm, and I think it's time to check out the chicken house. All right, welcome to the chicken house. Let's see inside. Check this out. Look in the nest. Duck eggs, those will hatch in about 28 days, and we'll have 5 more ducks hopefully on the farm. So here's the pen. The ducks hang out here, the chickens hang out here. The door's normally open because they just wander around, but this is home base. And that little door there closes at 7 o'clock automatically, so everybody better be inside. So now you saw most of the animals. Next week, out to the field. We gotta do some work. Thanks for coming to the farm.
All right, Pointfest 2022. It is Liv, and I am so excited. As you know, this is one of my favorite bands ever. The Struts, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
That was
Thank
a
you for being
lovely
here.
introduction.
So
Thank you for having
excited.
us.
So to start, I actually have a prop because I met you guys several years ago. It was backstage at a show, and Luke, you had disappeared for a moment, and I missed an autograph.
Things that are just for you, right? Not for everyone else.
Listen, it's okay to be selfish. Well, Schnucks curates special savings in their Schnucks Rewards app just for you on the things that you buy the most. And these aren't savings for your neighbor. They're not for me. They're personalized savings just for you. Just tap the savings icon right there in that Schnucks Rewards app. It's going to load all the personalized savings for the items that you buy the most. And things are going to change every week. Then you click the digital coupons, and you are saving money. Personalized savings just for you right there in the Schnucks Rewards app. And if you're looking to take a step forward in your health and wellness journey, well, Schnucks has a free health and wellness program called Healthier Habits. They've got the tools to support a healthier lifestyle like delicious, dietitian-approved recipes and exclusive discounts on dietitian-picked items. Join today at Schnucks.com/healthierhabits or get it right there in the Schnucks Rewards app. Download it now, the Schnucks Rewards app.
All right, it's Riz, it's Jeff Burton backstage at Pointfest with Eric and Jeff from Stone Temple Pilots.
All right, how you doing today?
Good, how are you?
You seem like you're like a morning radio show where you're all
A
amped
lot
up
of-
on caffeine.
Did you know I do a morning radio show?
do?
Yeah.
All right.
And a lot of cocaine.
Yeah. Hey.
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon. Hi.
It's kind of morning. That's why
To
I'm
me,
commenting
yeah.
on that. Yeah.
So how have the shows been so far? I mean, Jeff's the new guy. So what hazing has been going on, or any?
Did you ever see Full Metal Jacket?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bars of soap and
yeah,
socks?
no, we haven't been doing that. But I just wondered if you saw the movie.
Of course I did.
It's a great movie.
He's just a big fan of the movie.
I thought we were going to talk about Stanley Kubrick today because that.
We
you know,
can.
yeah,
We can. What do you want to know?
From KISS, and you're listening to the original KISS Army member. It's the Rizzuto Show. Happy birthday, Riz. You owe me $20 now. Boom.
Welcome back to the Rizzuto Show. You can always get a hold of us, 314-624-3833. Watch us on the Mick Ultra Studio Cams. If you are watching right now on the Studio Cams on the Points YouTube, you will see we are joined by a guest. Good friend of the show, Jimmy freaking Griffin.
Good morning.
What's up, dude?
Morning. And I'm not late. I said the 7 o'clock hour.
You're right, dude. You're right. I was just giving you.
In pure
giving
rock
you
star
trouble.
fashion, he snuck in.
That's right.
Because our doors are locked. And so Scott, who we work with, I was coming back from the bathroom. He goes, "Hey, you got a guest in this morning?" And I go, "Yeah." He goes, "He's in the kitchen." I go, "Right on, Jimmy
It's
Griffin."
actually early because 7 a.m. hour for a rock star like Jimmy Griffin is 8:30 is still reasonably on time. You know what I mean?
Were you taking your son to school this morning? Is that why?
No, I didn't have to do that. It was just I had a rehearsal last night, and I was like, I really want to go on the show. I want to see everybody,
but not at
I
6
don't
a.m.
want to get up at 6.
I saw your post last night. So Elmont Stereo Hard Promises, you are rehearsing in the same space.
Yeah.
So it's just littered with instruments.
You should see it's hilarious because both the bands are set up in the same space right now. So there's like 5 pedal boards and there's like 16 amps and 2 keyboard rigs and 2 drum sets, and
that's awesome.
funny.
Follow Jimmy on social at Jimmy in Stereo, and you can see what it looks like. But I mean, it's just a mess.
Oh my
in
goodness!
that rehersal space, I absolutely love
dream
it.
room now.
It's so funny because Jimmy's all over the place. Elmont Stereo, Hard Promises coming up. What's that, next week?
Yeah, next Friday, the 24th.
Wow, at the pageant.
Yes.
Oh, it's so good.
So at the pageant on Saturday, we were doing Punk Rock Disney. Can You Feel the Punk Tonight? And you and Rocket were over at Punk Rock Christmas and just rocked it, and had so much fun. And at Punk Rock Disney, we actually had an extra guitar rig there that Tim Convey was going to use, and it was also there just in case Jimmy Griffin pops up and wants to play.
Here's the thing, man.
Somebody actually said that.
called me at the beginning when you guys were like, "Hey, we're going to do this other Disney thing. Would you want to be in?" I was like, "Totally, man." And nobody ever called me in.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
I was like, "Oh man, I'd want to do what's the one? Be Prepared from The Lion King."
Yeah,
did you guys do that one?
We did that one.
Oh man,
absolute my favorite too.
But he stole that idea from me.
Took an idea and didn't call.
I was like, "Yeah, man, me and Rocket would do do that song," and he was like, "Okay, hey, that's great. We'll be in touch." Never. So I came here also to rough him up
I'm
because I know
sorry.
he's here.
Yes, he is
So,
here.
yeah.
Well, we were on crunch time. It was like we were changing things at the very last minute.
Yeah.
I didn't know though. I didn't know you were in the even in the running.
Yeah.
I thought it was a joke when he said like, just in case like an angel just poof, appears. Jimmy Griffin might appear, and we have to have a guitar ready for him to play. And it was just there. And then of course when I'm loading in to the show, I used 6 guitars.
Yeah.
And it was the first time I've used more than 2 or 3 guitars in almost 15 years. And when I just kept bringing them in, and they go, "What is Jimmy Griffin here or something?" Because apparently you're known around town for bringing lots and lots of guitars.
I do because I use them. I'm like, it's not like I just bring a bunch of guitars and don't play them all.
Right.
Yeah. That Zeppelin gig with all the tunings and all the different things that I need. I have a boat that holds 9.
Wow.
And
Dang.
it'll get filled up.
Wow.
That's amazing.
It's great.
If you haven't seen Jimmy play any of the things that he is playing,
Which is incredible that you haven't.
yeah, they're all worth watching. You got to go see this man play guitar. And if it's not this weekend at Hard Promises, what's after that? Is El Monstero the next thing?
Yeah, Elmo is the 15th of June. Yeah, and then at the end of the month, end of next month, my band, the Incurables, that plays my own songs, is playing it off Broadway on the 28th of June.
You just played City Winery not too long ago too. How was that?
That was great.
Was it?
Those are, man. I mean, Moon, you've done these things where it's a very intimate. It's like people actually listen to you play.
Yeah.
Like you can hear a pin drop
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
you're being studied.
Oh man, I love that stuff, and it's such a rare commodity these days to have people focused on you and listen and know nobody's looking at their phone, nobody's talking, it's just, and it's amazing how much different music sounds when you give it that, that type of
attention.
Yeah. Like if you just put on a record and you got 10 people over and they're just like, oh, blah, 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 blah. But the first time somebody goes, hey, you got to hear the song. And everybody shuts up and listens to it.
Yeah.
It takes on a whole new place.
It is a totally different energy when a whole bunch of people are being silent and listening to the same thing at once.
Exactly.
I'm more of a performer rather than a player, so I'm not in the same situations that you are as far as that kind of stuff goes.
Right.
Typically, if I'm playing for 30 people or something, I don't handle it as well.
Okay.
I handle it very differently in my head.
Right.
And it takes me longer to sink into that understanding of like really just like focusing on the tone and the sound as if you're listening to a record.
I remember when Greek Fire did one of the pretty much your first big show, and this is years after you came back. You guys recreated Greek Fire. You started doing it, and you're so used to like those high amped up kind of shows where the crowd is going crazy, and the whole time it's like a maybe sold out pageant or something. There's a ton of people, and they're just watching. Because it's like your band is full of all these insane musicians. So everyone's just like blown away by it. It's a totally different thing. And you guys were so bummed. You're like, dude, the crowd, what happened?
I felt like I was in Japan.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, what's going on? I'm like, well, you're kind of you're too good of a band.
Well, we're glad to have you here, man. We're going to throw you into the fire, too, and make sure that you're playing a little bit of a game. Lern came up with a game called Real St. Louis Band or BS, Jimmy Griffin Edition.
Okay.
We're going to
recognize some names on this.
Last time I was here, I got shot in the butt. So.
Oh, yeah, no shooting.
No shooting today. Riz is off, so.
Yeah, Riz is gone, so
He's the pain man.
less violence in the room. But we got some Pointfest tickets to give out for Bad Omens, Wage War, Grandson, Avatar, and much more coming up this Saturday at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. So we'll give them away. We'll give everybody a chance to play, and we'll give Jimmy Griffin as a lifeline because chances are you would score 100% here.
Okay.
So you're gonna be the lifeline for the listeners.
Gotcha.
But today is National Bring Flowers to Somebody Day.
Uh-oh, none of us did.
No, Jimmy didn't bring us flowers, but that's okay. I don't think anybody knew about this until now. Bring Flowers to Someone Day is held annually on May 15th. The gift of flowers is a universal way of showing love, appreciation, sympathy, or thanks. Today is the perfect day to explore the history of giving flowers and the meanings behind them. You won't need a reason to give flowers to somebody. Any or no reason will do. Everybody is encouraged to spread joy through beautiful blooms. The language of flowers is called floriography. Floriography.
Floriography.
Arrested for that?
I like that.
Every flower is thought to have its special meaning, which can change due to its color or variety. What did we talk about? The trash flowers? What
Those are
Carnations?
Carnations. Yes.
And what did that mean? That was like
the filler flour.
Oh, so don't give those.
Well, you could still give them, but they're not as looked upon and grace as like a peony is or a
They're
rose.
like those brown crunchy things in mixed nuts.
You're right.
The rye chips?
Yeah, the skinny, not the rye chips.
Not the Melba toasts.
Yeah, it's just like what it's a miscellaneous crunchy thing.
Gotcha.
You'll eat it, but
right, you don't know what it is.
Let's see. Lady Mary Wortley, a feminist poet married to a British ambassador of Turkey, wrote this and other fascinating customs of the people of Turkey in a series of letters. Salem was a tradition that originated in Turkish harems. It was a secret flower language used for communication by harem women and decoded by attaching rhyming words to certain flowers or other objects. So they would use giving flowers as like a coded language. So I give you a rose, there's something in your nose.
Cute.
Today is also National Chocolate Chip Day. We might not know which came first, the chicken or the egg, but when it comes to chocolate chips and their namesake cookie, the history is very well documented, and it might not be what you think.
Okay.
Chocolate chips actually came after the chocolate chip cookie.
No.
What?
That's right.
How?
I guess they would break up chocolate, they put it in a cookie, and then they realized
Somebody
those
got
little
smart.
chunks people like that.
So chocolate chips weren't even marketed until 1940. Legend has it that the chocolate chip cookie was a happy accident, born when a baker ran out of baker's chocolate and opted for semi-sweet instead. The recipe spread like wildfire, and after a few years of selling their semi-sweet chocolate bars with a chopping tool for like chunking the bar, Nestle went one step further and introduced chocolate, quote, morsels to the world. In such a history and with so much mass appeal, it's no surprise that the Kitchen Delight deserves celebration, and that's why on May 15th, we have National Chocolate Chip Day.
Well, on Wiki here, it tells me that the same cows that produce chocolate milk, when they cry, that's where those little teardrops.
morsels?
Oh, yeah.
So that's where that comes from.
Well, it doesn't matter
The
if
more
you know. I appreciate you. I know you went late last night, doing rehearsal, and you're still up here early. It doesn't matter if you're a morning person or a night person, though. Mornings are typically more stressful than evenings. And they took a new survey as to what the most stressful time of the day is. Anybody want to take a guess what the most stressful time?
Ooh, I'm gonna say 7 a.m. is pretty stressful for everybody.
7 a.m.
Yeah, I was thinking, getting the kids off to school and getting yourself to work.
You're tired and you're hungry and you're stressed.
What about you, Red?
I'm going to say right before that bowel movement, like 20 minutes before, where you're like, can I make it? Can I make it? That's
And
pretty
what time is
stressful.
that for you?
Just depends.
It's
Usually
happening right now.
11:15.
It's happening right. It's 7:25.
Just went. No, I'd say morning, getting up and
It
heading
turns
out the
out
door.
there is an answer, and the answer is 8:15 in the morning.
We're almost there.
8:15 a.m. usually involves some combination of getting ready in the morning, helping others, like you were talking about, getting kids ready for school, preparing and eating breakfast, commuting, helping others get to work, generally operating before the caffeine kicks in. On top of the usual running around, mornings are also likely to bring unexpected challenges. The average person estimates that they lose 20 minutes and 28 seconds on average to morning chaos that's out of their control. That's a lot.
Yeah.
28 minutes.
Every day for your entire life.
Yeah. Here are 5 things that can help you make mornings go smoother, especially if you have kids. Number 1, prepare the night before. It's just like elementary school. Lay out your clothes, pack school bags, prepare lunches, set up a breakfast plan the night before. You may even consider showering in the evening. That's what I do. I'm an afternoon or an evening shower because I can't wake everybody up.
No, it's gross.
I used to be a morning shower, and then this show happened to me, and so now I shower, bathe before bed.
You don't like
Go to bed with wet hair, which you're not supposed to do.
Don't you like the clean feel going to bed instead
I
of
do,
being
but
gross and
it doesn't
grimy
wake me up, Like I need to shower. And then like today, I'm reading to another elementary school class today later, and I laid out my outfit and got my crap together because I'm like, I need to, and had the books ready to go, had to get everything laid out because, at 4 a.m., your brain is just mush. And so I try to, but normally I don't lay my clothes out or anything. I just kind of wing it in the morning.
Are they the clothes your mother laid out for you?
Yeah.
Today was a 3:05 wake up for me, and last night it was 10 o'clock, and it's way too late. And I just wanted to go to bed, and I realized I hadn't set out my clothes, and I'm just like,
You're like, whatever, man.
I was just this curmudgeon, grumpy, like, oh, I gotta go get my socks and put them here, and it's just, I felt like a whiny third grader that was like, didn't want to get ready for school tomorrow. Number 2 is establish and stick to a routine. The more you're able to turn your mornings into a repeatable mental checklist, the easier it is to keep things moving and avoid forgetting things or thinking you forgot something, because that's the worst feeling. Number 3 is get up before your kids. If possible, wake up at least 30 minutes before the kids so you have time to get yourself ready in peace and just have some moments to yourself. Number 4 is delegate responsibilities. Assign age-appropriate tasks to the children for the morning. This teaches responsibility, of course, lightens your load. Number 5 is limit technology in the morning. It's better to keep mornings free from any distractions of TV, tablets, phones. Everybody should focus on just getting ready instead of being sidetracked.
What does Jimmy Griffin do when he wakes up? What's your sequence?
Well, it depends on what time Rocket has climbed into bed with me.
Aw, adorable.
Which could be 4 o'clock in the morning, could be 2 o'clock in the morning, could be he comes in right before we're up by 7.
Okay.
So then my alarm's usually in the 6:45-ish range. He's allowed to watch one Captain Underpants while I'm making breakfast, which is a waffle and yogurt and orange juice.
Nice.
And by 7:10, the TV is off and we're having breakfast.
Cool.
Sweet.
And we have to listen to music that he doesn't know, because otherwise he'll go off, start doing like he's really into Pokemon rap battle songs right now.
Nice.
And he'll get up and he does the whole face. He doesn't know all the words and everything, but he's like,
oh man,
Pikachu, I pick you, like that kind of stuff.
That's performer in the making.
Yeah.
So do you do social media at all?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to, right? I mean, for business and all that kind of stuff. Have you seen the There I Ruined It stuff? They basically take like different solo tracks, a lot of vocal tracks, and auto-tune different things, and basically ruin songs for you. They'll put famously minor key things into major, make it all happy. Like if Metallica was on happy pills or whatever.
Like
it
if
is.
Metallica was Beach Boys.
Yeah, something like that.
I used to do that with Brown Eyed Girl. I'd play all the minor chords major, and it really
What did it
bums
do
people.
to it? Like,
it makes people very upset.
That's awesome.
Dude, you
play
should
it
do
for
an
you.
entire show of There I Ruined It.
Yeah, will you do that later for us?
That, or you do like Sweet Home Alabama with all minor chords.
Oh.
and
Yes.
People just like, you can just see their brain. They're like, ooh, this makes me so mad.
You brought a guitar. We should do that.
Yeah,
Jimmy ruined it.
everything. Yeah.
Well, the latest There I Ruined It guy posted a dumb video of what singers would sound like when they fall down the stairs.
Okay.
I'll go through and I'll explain. You're not going to need me to explain, but I'll tell you who's about to fall down the stairs. It starts off with Michael Jackson here.
Oh, jeez.
There he goes. Here's David Lee Roth. Johnny Cash.
Oh, went down, I fell.
Elvis Presley.
Lord have mercy.
Whitney Houston. Tom Petty.
Yeah, I'm falling.
James Hetfield. And Steven Tyler. I thought that was great.
That is good.
I do like those videos where someone will drop a pan or something, cling around on the ground, and then they'll put that to the intro of some rock song, with the drums coming in, and it fits perfect. Those are great.
You ever fallen off stage?
Ooh.
I think so. It would have been a long time ago. Like, not very. I didn't get hurt.
Broken Toys days or what?
Yeah.
In the running around on stage days.
Yeah. I'm pretty, man. Because we have there'll be some setups with Elmo where there's very precarious, like, don't go over there kind of thing. And I'm cool with that. I don't have to be like, I'm going to go over there anyway and fall off this thing. Like, that's usually.
You'll get blown up. There's so much pyro.
I was just going to say, that's to avoid fire and
pole dancers,
confetti blasts. And high heels swinging around.
Right.
Yep.
So, hey, let me ask you this. I don't think I've ever asked you this before because I've had the honor of performing with you at the pageant for multiple shows.
And you're awesome when you do it.
Thanks, man. And you invited me to do the one with the orchestra out at the amphitheater, which was really different, really special. Which do you prefer? I mean, do you like doing the pageant stuff or the amphitheater more?
I like the pageant more. I mean, the amphitheater's awesome, you know, and you've been there. You look out and you see like that many people. It's great. But the thing about the pageant is just having everyone right there. You're within in the worst seat in the house, you're 200 feet away from the band, you know, and to be able to do the theatrical things that we can't really do at Riverport that don't really translate on a video screen and stuff like that. So yeah, I like the pageant. The other thing I love about the pageant is if you have a rough night, you've got 6 more of them to go.
True.
You know, like, we'll get it on Wednesday.
Yeah,
you
that's
know?
a good point.
And that's one of the things. It's always so sad at the end of the week when those shows are over. It's like, back to being normal again.
Yeah, you live at the pageant for like 7 days.
Yeah,
that's fun.
and then 2 days before that, we're setting up. So yeah, it's like becomes your house for a while. It's great.
It's so cool, man. It's such an art installation. And speaking of art installations, this is why we can't have nice things in 2024.
All right.
The new art installation called The Portal. The Portal.
Oh, yes, in New York.
Yeah, they've been talking about it for months. It just opened up in New York, and we've already ruined it.
People are showing their boobs off to this thing.
Yeah, they opened an identical one in Dublin, Ireland. So let me explain. Each portal shows a live feed of the other city. And the idea is to let people connect with each other from an ocean away. We're bringing people closer together. Instantaneous connection. But less than a weekend, they've already shut it down. Temporarily shut down because too many people are flashing and mooning each other.
Just let us do it.
Hilarious.
If this is what we want to do to each other in Germany and here in New York City, just let us do it. As long as, you know, kids aren't there and if a woman's flashing her breasts at a guy in Germany in real time, I'm all for it. I mean, let's be real.
Well, I mean, art imitates life, and I guess life is butts and boobs and flashing and moons.
And also, European countries are not as buttoned up and clutching their pearls as Americans are about nudity.
Well, folks have also been giving each other the finger, grinding on the portal, holding up inappropriate photos, including pornography on their phone. Somebody in Ireland also held up a shot of the Twin Towers smoldering.
Oh, God.
Wow.
So people on both sides are being fools. This isn't just the New York people.
This is great.
Dublin turned theirs off this week so designers could add tech that filters out images on your phone if you hold it up.
Wow.
So in less than a week, they've already had to modify it to now filter and basically, you know, censor people.
People ruin everything.
Human beings are the worst. Yep.
It was supposed to be 24/7. It sounds like they've already started turning it off at night.
God.
The portals are back up and running yesterday. Hopefully the fixes take. The artists behind it are hoping to add more of them in other cities around the world. I can't wait to see how Florida behaves.
Oh, jeez.
This is cool that Dublin has butts, too.
Can you imagine who would we connect? So they connected New York and Dublin. What are we connecting with Florida? Ocala, Florida, and Osaka, Japan. Like what?
I think you got to go with one of the conservative Mideast countries.
North Korea. Let's connect Florida with North Korea and then see who can outdo each other there.
I think that might start a war.
Yeah,
I think that would be a bad idea. Let's talk about some food. Every now and then a fast food joint infringes on another brand's territory, like back in the 80s, McDonald's briefly added pizza. You were talking about Taco Bell doing the chicken nuggets.
Dude.
And you were not okay.
I remember the pizza at McDonald's.
It did not work out.
Well, the one at Bass Pro had it forever. It was so fun.
Well, so they were trying pizzas. We got Taco Bell trying the fries and trying the chicken McNuggets. Now we have Pizza Hut announcing that they are adding burgers, sort of. They're called cheeseburger melts, and they're described as this: a Parmesan-crusted, thin-crust melt folded and loaded with beef, applewood smoked bacon, onions, mozzarella, and cheddar.
I don't like it.
I'll say it again. A Parmesan-crusted, thin-crust melt folded and loaded with beef, applewood smoked bacon, onions, mozzarella, and cheddar. They're embracing the fact that they don't come with a traditional bun, saying, quote, goodbye to soggy bun burger deliveries. So they're a bit like a pizza, a bit like a burger, And they look a lot like a quesadilla.
I was going to say they also
100% stoned guy that works in the back of Taco Bell.
I got an idea.
Have you ever worked in fast food?
No, it was one of the only things I avoided.
Dude, that is what you do when you work in a fast food place. Is you like, what can we make this stuff into that's not this stuff that we have to like? I worked at Steak and Shake. We made meatloafs all the time.
Really?
You take a bunch of Steak and Shake hamburgers and make a meatloaf, and
whoa,
like stuff like that.
That would be like,
what happens if we put the chocolate cake in the whatever, or just crazy combinations.
Experimental.
Kind of sounds awesome.
Making.
Yeah. Well, that's where all this stuff comes from, man. Is these kids are in the back, like high out of their minds, and they're like, let's put a crunchy taco inside of a soft taco. Where do you think that came? That was a stone guy. That wasn't some corporate, hey, what do we need? What are these kids eating today? And it's coming out of your own kitchen.
Yeah,
well, I'm just proud of Pizza Hut for inventing the quesadilla.
I wonder if you signed some sort of thing that says, whatever idea you come up with high back in the kitchen, we own it.
We own it. That is exactly. Well, what did we all submit for a couple of weeks or a month ago? Remember, we were all.
It was Burger King, right?
It was Burger King, and we were building our own burgers.
We built our own Whoppers.
Yeah, our own Whoppers. That's right.
Which, by the way, I have a sandwich. It's not official. It's not official, but Vivola Express, the sandwich place right over here, they have a Moon sandwich, and apparently it's really good.
Really?
It's really good. I had nothing to do with it, but I appreciate the honor.
Now, are you like vegan and stuff?
No, I was supposed to be for a while, and I was for the most part.
Okay.
I've since fallen off that train.
Okay.
But I'm trying to be, just healthier in general, eat less meat in general. Yeah. That sandwich does not suggest it, though, because it's packed. It's packed with it. The cheeseburger melts come with their special, quote, world's best burger dipping sauce. It's
and
also,
what is that?
I don't know.
Fancy sauce.
They're also available in a, quote, My Hut box with fries, and those start at $6.99. There's no ad for it, but check this out. I found this on YouTube. It's from Pizza Hut Middle East 12 years ago, where they put mini cheeseburgers on the outer edge of a pizza. Listen to this commercial.
Can I have a cheeseburger? Cheeseburger? Sure.
Hail Pizza Hut's royal masterpiece, the new Crown Crust Pizza, made with perfectly grilled mini cheeseburger gems, nestled in golden crown crusts, topped with beef, fresh veggies, and drizzled with Pizza Hut's special sauce. The new cheeseburger Crown Crust Pizza, relish of first-of-its-kind deliciousness, only at Pizza Hut.
Is there a picture of that?
No, I mean I can show you the YouTube video. It's like very strange, and at the same time you think ridiculous, but then all the words they use are exactly what you want. You know what I mean? Like I can understand giving this a go.
I mean, it looks kind of nuts, but it looks like a flower. So that's
okay.
Like if you imagine what.
Oh, is this the new one or the Middle East one?
No, this is the Middle East one. This is the stuffed crust with the
the crown crust.
Yeah.
It looks fake.
Kind of like a taco salad was taken over by cheeseburgers.
I mean, dude, look at that thing. It is so weird looking.
I mean, I'm kind of into it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You go, this is so stupid. Let me try.
Because I sometimes want two things. I mean, we're a buffet culture, so sometimes you want to slice a pizza and a burger and a salad and a brownie, at the same time. And that's exactly what this is.
This sounds like everybody in the court was totally high. You're talking about people high with ideas. Check this out. We might have an answer to the question that no one's ever asked. Are tacos sandwiches? Are taco sandwiches?
No.
I know we argue about our hot dog sandwiches, but are tacos sandwiches?
I would say a taco is more similar to a hot dog. That those two are like
we should be connected bread.
Like, should we be saying is a hot dog a taco, right?
I can understand that argument, but this argument has been decided in court.
I'm going to say, since it's...
Well, I object.
A man named Martin Quintana has been trying to open a taco place in a strip mall in Fort Wayne. He ran into some red tape thanks to a contract that limits the type of restaurants allowed. Okay, so you're following this. This is like a real problem for this guy. It says you can only open a place that sells, quote, made-to-order or Subway-style sandwiches. So he's sued, claiming tacos and burritos are sandwiches. His case has been making its way through the legal system, and a Superior Court judge ruled on Monday that, yes, tacos are sandwiches.
So hot dogs are sandwiches.
I love this country.
Take it to the court.
Also, Gabe had a great question. He says, what if you put a hot dog in a taco? Great question. Back to you.
This judge says he ruled that tacos and burritos are basically just, quote, Mexican-style sandwiches. That's going to ruffle some feathers, I feel.
Yeah, I am ruffled.
But that's real. Indiana declares.
I wonder how much money this guy spent.
Yeah, I know.
Is a euro a sandwich?
It went through the legal system.
Yeah.
A euro.
Is a euro a sandwich?
Right.
I mean, that's closer to a wrap, right? Or more
I think it's closer to a taco.
Oh, man.
Right?
We're going to get into all sorts of trouble because then you can start talking about sushi rolls, the hand rolls, walking around with hand rolls.
Yes, absolutely. Steamed bun, a little lobster roll. What is that?
I love throwing stuff on naan bread. Is that a sandwich?
Right.
I mean, it's naan.
It's naan.
Yeah.
Well, let's just grab some random facts here just to sort of cleanse the palate a little bit. A recent survey found that 52% of people couldn't name a single famous Asian American. 9% named the actor Jackie Chan, who's not American. Number 2, Ralph the dog. You guys know Ralph the dog, the Muppet?
Oh, yeah.
He has played the most instruments of any Muppet in either their TV shows or their movies. He's best known for playing the piano, but he's played 9 other instruments as well. An arcade game based on Tron hit arcades shortly after the movie came out in 1982 and made more money than the film, possibly from people hoping that they get transported into the game. There are 18 stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame where people are only identified by one name. Can you name any of them?
Madonna.
Madonna is not on this list, but I do believe that, yes, that's one of them.
Bono.
I don't have him on this list, but I think you're right. Cher is
Prince.
one. I have more about
Wait,
that.
does Bono have one? He may be one of those famous people who doesn't have
Sting does have one.
Prince.
I don't have Prince on the list. I don't think he has
I
one.
would say Garfield.
Because remember, they have to agree to it, and they got to pay for it.
Oh.
I don't see Prince being like, I'm against the music industry and this, and I'm against all this oppression, and I'm going to go do the Hollywood Walk of Fame star. I don't think so.
Cher, Madonna.
Houdini.
Oh.
Okay.
Liberace.
Esteban.
Wait,
Good
what?
guess.
Is that the classical guitar guy with the infomercials? Esteban, you will learn guitar in 65 minutes.
Dude, I get the calls at the shop. They're like, "Yeah, I got this guitar I want to get rid of. Oh, is there a name on it or anything?" It's Esteban. You just keep that one, man.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
And the shop is Killer Vintage, by the way, if you need any guitar names.
Yeah, man, you guys have fixed up a lot of my guitars.
There you go.
Liberace, Ludacris is on there. Pink, Roseanne, Shakira, Slash, Sting, as Jimmy said, and Usher.
Wow.
Catfish have the best sense of taste of any animal. They have more than 100,000 taste buds all over their bodies. Humans have about 10,000 taste buds, and they're all on our tongue. Chickens have the fewest.
Catfish are interesting because if they're much like cats, where if you throw a little string in front of them, they like to bite onto it.
And if that string is your arm, they will definitely bite onto it. Would you guys ever go noodling? Ever for catfish? Jimmy, have you done that?
No.
I would never do that.
He makes a living from his fingers.
Yeah, keep those babies.
Those are our money makers. I don't think I would do that, but I was interested in it when I first started seeing people doing it, and then you start hearing about these drowning stories about people getting caught up in under there, and kind of like pulled in.
Oh my goodness!
And I'm like, okay, cool, I'm out. There goes that idea. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a brief break, and then we'll come on back with some more fun. We'll have crap on celebrities, and then we will play St. Louis Band or BS with Jimmy Griffin. The time is 7:46. Here is another look at your traffic and weather. Here's Lern.
And it's brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The Confluence Music Festival with Ludacris, Riley Green, and more is happening alongside the NASCAR Cup Series June 1st and 2nd. Get your tickets at www.raceway.com. EMS responding to an accident reported at Pershaw and Newhall's Ferry. Also a stalled vehicle southbound 270 before Olive. Left lane is closed there, right over by the station. Your point weather today, we will get up to 77. 58 is the overnight low. And right now it's 60 degrees out there. Your point weather brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning. More reliable than your St. Louis weather.
Oh my gosh, by the way, you said something about a cat attacking you. I have one of the gnarliest stories about a cat attack in news coming up later today. You are not going to want to miss that. It is maybe the worst cat injury story you have ever heard.
Oh, no.
All right, Lern, tell us what we have next.
Britney goes on a spender bender. Bad wolves need to chill. And more gross news about that Nickelodeon guy. Plus, which celebrity would win an election based on a survey of Americans?
All that up next.
All right, so here we are, way back at Pointfest, the first interview of the day. It's Real Big Fish, everybody. Gentlemen, how are you? It's great to see you. Great to see you.
Fantastic.
Hello.
Oh.
Hey.
Thank you. No, don't stop. No, more, please, more.
It's really great to have you guys back. We have, over the years, done so many different things, so many shows. I did legitimately the worst stage intro I've ever done in my life at a Real Big Fish show in Mississippi Nights through no fault of your own. I came up on stage too late. Your cue music that
RNRTires.com. That is the home of RNR Tire Express. Right here in our area, we have 4 area locations. Right now, $20. $20 down will get you started on a set. All four tires, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 5, 4. A set of 4 new tires to make sure that you are staying safe. The only part of your car that's touching the road are your tires. Make sure day in and day out that you are safe. And it comes with that peace of mind coverage. The peace of mind coverage with the free rotations. And by the way, if you call them now, you get the installation fee is on them. So again, it's only $20 down to make sure that you are safe. Plus, you can look at the tires that you need and the wheels that you want. You got to check out their services. Once you buy from R&R Tire Express, you will never buy tires the same way again. I made the mistake when I was young of putting things on a credit card, and the credit card company didn't care what was going on. They didn't care if I got a flat. R&R does. They will fix it for you. That's what comes with that peace of mind coverage. Call them today. You can text them. You can quote them. You can Google them, and they'll help you out with a quote in under 60 seconds. Go to the website. Visit 4 of the area locations. Visit all 4 of them. I'm telling you. R&R Tire Express is incredible. RNRTires.com.
All right, so I got the gig of the day here today, like no doubt about it. We are here with the guys from the Revivalists and Becca, our grand prize winner. We are here at Music Record Shop, and what we get to do today? Record shop.
I'd like to point out one of the all-time great record title names by Ween, 12 Golden Country Greats.
Oh, that features the song.
There are 10 songs on this album.
But it features the classic Piss Up a Rope, which is like an amazing freaking song. That I have that record. That is a really great record.
Good stuff.
And I'm not even the biggest of Ween. And I don't get all the Ween stuff. Normally that's like my brother's thing, but that one
I'm a big they got some great songs too.
I love that this store has Angel Olsen and Roy Orbison together because when I first started listening to Angel Olsen, I was like, this reminds me of Roy Orbison.
Yeah.
And I just love her records. And in general, and Roy Orbison as well.
This is Coming Home With Me. This is one of my all-time favorite records. Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots by the Flaming Lips. It's a masterpiece. Do you realize one of my favorite songs of all time? I need this on vinyl. This has become part of my collection.
And that's one that you got to have, like you got to listen to that where you can hear all of the sounds.
Yeah.
Because there's so much going on in the production
This CD lived in my car for about 3 years. My high school Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta.
Oh, very nice. I'm gonna get this on vinyl because I don't have it, but I had this on cassette, CD twice, bought the digital, digital version on iTunes or whatever, and don't have this on vinyl.
It's funny because when we were in the car on the way here, I was thinking like maybe I'll get some Beastie Boys today.
Yeah.
Science. I have this already. It's surprisingly good to cook to. It's
I would have never thought of that.
Science by Incubus. It's just like weird, heavy space metal, I guess, kind of.
Do you remember how long those dreads got for Brandon Boyd? Oh man, that could not have been easy upkeep for that man.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because there was no upkeep. I don't know.
I just saw them in New Orleans, I think last summer. Now he's all kind of clean cut.
Yeah.
Still takes the shirt off midway through the song.
Oh, of course, man.
Yeah. Bob Dylan?
You should
Bob
check out, he's a
Dylan?
singer-songwriter,
Dylan?
Bob Dylan. You might want to check him out. This kid's got a lot of talent.
Is he like that? He's like one of those New York guys.
New York
acoustic
singer-songwriter, Greenwich Village.
Interesting.
No, seriously, this is an unbelievable record. If Blowin' in the Wind was the only song that he ever wrote, he'd still be a legend. Dude, killer. I love Meg Myers. Let's show her real quick. Meg Myers, she's a killer artist.
Yes, she's amazing.
Fan. What else you got? Let's see what you got. Van
that
Morrison,
one.
Moon Dance, one of the all-time greatest records.
One of your guys' recommendations.
Queen. Some Queen.
Yeah, we got Beatles.
Beatles Revolver.
Yeah, that's a great record,
Traveling
too.
Wilburys. I love the Traveling Wilburys. Yeah.
How many badass people can you have in one band?
There's a limit, and that's the limit.
Answer Traveling Wilburys. White Reaper, Killer, Johnny Cash.
Yep, got some Johnny
Oh,
Cash.
Beastie Boys, that's the
Donnie's.
record.
Soul Donnie's. Soul Donnie's record.
Short, if I'm going to lose out to you, losing out to you makes it all right. Did you have a good time?
I had a great time.
Yeah.
I had a great time.
Guys, I hope you enjoyed yourselves as well. I would have to say that this is the most fun doing anything promotionally for a radio station I've ever done in my life. This has been great, man. Thank you guys very much. And thank you, Becca. Congratulations. All right, we're out from Music Record Shop.
Check this out. There's nothing. Nothing. It's a blank canvas.
You see that? The plants are coming in nicely. Come a long way since last year. Oh, hey, you want to come in? Let's go. It's night and day for what you guys saw before. I mean, this is an actual house now with rooms all framed at. But here's the cool part. We kept basically the frame of the old garage. I mean, that's all old garage. So this is going to be a bedroom, huh? Can you see it? Can you see it? I'm going to be sleeping right over here. Oh, let me show you my favorite part. The bathroom. And I'm going to be right here, you know. Let me show you the kitchen. Yeah, washing my hands at the sink. Let's see what's in the fridge.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about Patricia's. It's where fun and fantasy meet. It's that time of year again. It's wedding season, so that means bachelorette parties. Ladies, if you're in charge of planning the bachelorette party or you're in charge of, you know, getting all the gift bag stuff, you go to Patricia's, of course. That's where you get the candy, the naughty dice, the corsets, and so much more. And if you have any questions, can't find something, feel free to ask any employee there. They're not going to judge you. Trust me, they've heard it all. Patricia's is where you go for the lotions, the lubes, the vibrating toys, the sexy costumes, the sexy lingerie. If you've been to the East Side and you see what those girls on stage are wearing, those stiletto heels, you get them at Patricia's. Things for the novice, things for the expert, and everything in between. And you have 3 very convenient Patricia's locations. St. Peter's at the Cave Springs exit, on Page, 3 miles east of the Westport Plaza, and at the corner of Grand and Gravois. For all your fun and adult toys, it's Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meet.
Will there be celebrity guests on this show? Who does number 2 work for? Have you ever wondered what your boss's bathroom routine is like? Well, me neither. But we might find out today whether we like it or not on the number 2 show. In the wild ecosystem of the workplace, there's a unique species we've all encountered and have to navigate. The boss. Ugh.
Just as David Attenborough would guide us through the behaviors of lions and gazelles on the African plains, let me take you on an office safari.
Welcome back to the Rizzuto Show. We are live on the McUltra Studio cams on the Points YouTube. You can always email us, rizshow@1057thepoint.com. After a little bit, we are going to play a fun game, Real St. Louis Band or BS, with our favorite guest ever, Jimmy Griffin, who's in today.
Yes.
And we were just talking about, he said, he was mentioning, speaking of bands, that old website that used to just rip bands to shreds.
Yeah, it was rockandrollconfidential.com, and it was the Hall of Douchebags.
Yeah, it was like Hot or Not for bands, and they would just take band promo photos and just be like, "Oh, look, we got another railroad, railroad track band."
Right. Yeah, there were railroads and brick wallers. Was another. Look at these brick wallers.
And it's just bands in their band pictures trying to look as cool as they could.
There's one, and there was always a beat. There was a Jeremy. Jeremy realized at this point that he could never be in a rock band or whatever. And it was always, Jeremy realized that no matter how much money his dad spent, he would never be cool or whatever.
Sweet Jeremy.
Yeah, there were some great ones.
It was one of those where like bands were like, I can't believe they made fun of this picture. It got upset, and then after a while, it gets to be one of those like, hey, we made Band Confidential or whatever it was. Like, hey, we made it. Like, it was honored to be destroyed by these people.
It was the badge of honor.
It had to be somewhat Midwestern because there's tons of St. Louis bands out there.
Yeah, my buddies made it because they were brick wallers and train trackers.
Wow, that's so funny.
Yeah, they got on it.
Is it, what was the name of the site exactly? I'm trying to
rockandrollconfidential.com. It's really hard to, I did just find it. There are like links to it. But I think the site is down. I think people have just posted stuff from the site.
Oh, so good. Yeah. Well, it is May 15th, and speaking of the past, back in the day, 94 years ago, 1930, Ellen Church became the first airline stewardess when she went on duty aboard a United Airlines flight from San Francisco to Cheyenne, Wyoming, 94 years ago. 84 years ago, 1940, nylon stockings went on sale for the first time in the United States. 83 years ago, 1941, Joe DiMaggio's record 56-game hitting streak began. DiMaggio got a hit in every game until July 17th. 53 years ago, 1971, Pink Floyd played at the Crystal Palace Bowl in London. They rocked out in front of a large lake, and they were so loud that a number of fish were killed by the loud music.
Yeah.
David Gilmour's coming back to the States, but he's not doing, obviously, any Pink Floyd music. Have you seen him live, Jimmy?
I have not. I mean, I've seen video stuff. I've not been in the same room with the guy.
I want to see. I feel like he's the last one. I've seen Roger Waters a couple of times. I've seen, Saucer Full of Secrets.
Is that Rick Wright?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so David Gilmour is like the final Pink Floyd member that I can't see.
No, it's the drummer.
The drummer. What is his damn name?
Drummer guy.
Gosh, dang it.
Man,
Saucer Full of Secrets.
Alan White?
No respect for drummers.
No, that's the
Saucer
drummer.
Full of Secrets.
You've seen them all.
Nick Mason.
Yes.
Nick Mason.
Two first names. 37 years ago, in 1987, Motley Crue released their fourth album featuring Wildside and the title track Girls, Girls, Girls. 36 years ago, 1988, Martina McBride married John McBride. Today is their 36th anniversary. Congratulations. 29 years ago, in 1995, Stone Temple Pilots lead singer Scott Weiland arrested for trying to buy heroin in a sleazy motel parking lot in Pasadena, California. 26 years ago, 1998, Sonny and Cher received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Sonny couldn't make it to the ceremony. He had skied into a tree and passed away January 5th of 1998. 23 years ago, so I don't think Cher is on it I don't think she has a star by herself. It's Sonny and Cher.
Okay.
She shares.
They share. 23 years ago, 2001, Weezer released their self-titled third album. You know it as the Green Album. It's the one with Hash Pipe, Island in the Sun, and more. 21 years ago, in 2003, June Carter Cash passed away in Nashville, Tennessee, following heart surgery complications. She was 73 years old. 4 months later, in September, Johnny Cash died of complications from diabetes. He was 71. 21 years ago, in 2003, the second movie in the trilogy of The Matrix Reloaded, was released. 14 years ago, in 2010, Jessica Watson became the youngest person to sail nonstop around the world without assistance at the age of 16 years old. And that was what happened.
Was on the entire time.
That is what happened back in the day on May 15th. All right, Lern, tell us what you have in the world of celebrities.
Well, we're going to start with this. Britney Spears allegedly is in trouble with her money, and insiders fear that she's nearing bankruptcy because of her extravagant lifestyle. Now, sources attributed to Britney's inability to properly care for herself or make informed choices. They also expressed concerns for her mental health, and that's not stopping her from going on a shopping spree. Over the weekend, she showed off a series of budget outfits many may think as evidence of her financial decline. And she even admitted to buying some clothes from a place that I shop, Forever 21. So Britney's coming back to the mall shops that all of us here in the Midwest shop at. So that's not a good sign. Highly Suspect will release their 5th album, As Above, So Below, on July 19th. The first track they've shared is a 7-minute song called Summertime Voodoo, which we have up on the blog. Johnny Stevens, the frontman, says, "In my life, it's a book. And then this album is the first chapter that truly addresses the central conflict." Highly Suspect will be on a brief, small venue tour that's going to actually hit Del Mar Hall. We just announced this week on July 25th. More drama between Bad Wolves and the former singer Tommy Vext. Guitarist Doc Coyle says that Vext is publicly and serially harassing his former band members. Coyle posted a series of posts on Twitter that he believes show Vext harassing the band. There's a design for a shirt with a crying wolf logo that has the words "Bring Back Tommy" that Vext directed fans to wear at Bad Wolf shows. There's also a post where Tommy Vext calls out the current singer, and Coyle says, "This is enough." He goes, "I'm not beefing. We're being defamed daily by an expert. People hate us just for existing based on lies, and I'm sick of it. People will say I'm starting drama for posting his words, his post, but I just want it to stop. I don't have an issue with anyone. I'm friends with everybody. I hate this ish. I just want to play music and have fun." And Tommy Vext is also in the news because he was arrested in Arizona over this weekend for offensive threatening or intimidating and physical injury and property damage as a first offense misdemeanor. He shared his online timeline of events saying he witnessed an alleged physical assault on his girlfriend by her father during a FaceTime call while he was in Vegas. She was in Arizona, and then Vext called 911 to report what he saw. Claims he was arrested after a family member said he threatened violence against his girlfriend's family. So this guy sounds like a total mess.
He sounds like a Bad Wolf.
Is their band any good?
Bad Wolf is pretty good. They do a cover of Cranberries' "Zombie" that I like.
That's what propelled them into something. Do they have originals that have done
They do
well?
have originals. I'm not a big fan
I like
or anything,
the
but that's
Wheels
the
on
one
the
I know.
Bus one they do.
Aye.
Hey, rest in peace to John Barbada. He's known for his drumming work in Jefferson Starship. He died at the age of 79. He was part of Starship's originality. He was in the band's precursor, Jefferson Airplane, just for their final album in 72. He went on to play with the Turtles and Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young prior to joining Grace Slick and Company. He was a New Jersey native. And just, was on a bunch of great Jefferson Starship era of music. So if you're a fan of that band, the drummer has passed. Lori Beth Denberg, All That. Remember All That from Nickelodeon?
Oh, that was something that I don't know if it was timed right. I never knew what that was until well after people were done talking about it, I guess.
I think Keenan and Kel
that's where they
started on All That.
Okay, and this was Amanda Bynes, right?
I don't remember if she was on All That or not. I watched it a little bit of it. I definitely remember Lori Beth Denberg. She was great.
This was like the Mickey Mouse Club kind of thing for Nickelodeon.
Absolutely.
But more SNL-y, right?
Yeah, yes, like a little more sketch for sure.
'Cause it broke a lot of careers.
Lori Beth Denberg is now accusing Dan Schneider of sexual misconduct during her time on Nickelodeon's All That. She was on the show from 94 to 98. And I'm getting ready to get into some details here, so they get a little descriptive, so prepare yourself for that. She says it all started around her 19th birthday when Dan Schneider asked her to come in for a meeting, allegedly showed her clips of porn on his computer, and she said the grand finale was a woman performing sexual acts on a donkey. Lori Beth also claims that he initiated phone sex once and that they would have sleepovers at his house where they would give each other massages and watch porn. She also remembers one time when Dan Schneider fondled her and put his mouth on her boobs after watching Jeopardy, and another time he made her hide his gun under her skirt when they got pulled over by the cops. Dan Schneider is going against all of these allegations, saying they're wildly exaggerated and in most cases false. Dan Schneider's the guy, I don't know if you've been watching this on, I think it's on Max, the Nickelodeon
Quiet on the Set.
Quiet on the Set.
Okay.
I mean, he's just at the focal point of all these allegations from all these former kid actors that were on all these various shows. So I think this is the first time I haven't watched the show, the docuseries, but I haven't heard her name passed around that she was one of the people on the show that were accusing him of this. So I think she's just speaking out publicly for the first time about allegations that maybe she remembers.
Those are intense.
Those are very intense.
Well, maybe I've only seen a segment of the show, and it seemed like it was men going after younger boys,
right?
Rather than I hadn't heard any of the female,
same
type stuff.
So maybe she's the first person to speak up about it, and people are speculating that Amanda Bynes had been kind of blindly, posting on TikTok under a different post name or a different username because they're wanting to know her story too, like if there's anything she has in her brain that happened.
And she wasn't a part of the documentary?
No, she wasn't.
Okay.
ABC is flipping the script with the Golden Bachelorette. Joan Vassos, who appeared on The Golden Bachelor, will get another shot at love. She posted an Instagram reel wearing a gold dress, holding up a gold rose, and says, "I'm Joan, and I'm your first Golden Bachelorette." Here's a little bit of audio from Joan in the promo clip if you're interested in this.
I'm Joan, and I'm your first Golden Bachelorette.
What?
I didn't watch The Golden Bachelor all the way through. I got through like the first episode. This is the people that are like widows and widowers.
Okay.
And they're getting a second shot at love. And I had like such high hopes for it, but I was very bored within the first episode with Jerry.
Yeah, hell of a promo
Jerry
they just dropped.
He was awesome.
But if you're interested, she's the new Golden Bachelorette, and that will be on ABC coming up soon. Tom Brady said some of the quips made during his Netflix roast affected his kids and that he would not be doing another roast. The silver lining, though, he said that the roast was a good lesson for him as a parent, that he's going to be a better parent as he goes forward because of it. So it sounds like Tom Brady got a tongue lashing from his ex-wives about how much they were thrown under the bus, but especially, and I thought of that too, as I watched the Brady roast. I'm thinking, one day his kids, if they're not watching it live now, one day his kids are going to watch this and see all these disgusting things being said about his ex-wives and their mom.
No.
His
you are
family's
old
like,
enough.
hey, thank you for doing that. You made us a fortune.
No way.
This is great.
You don't
move.
think?
No.
This was an awesome move. Thank you.
No, first of all, he's a big boy.
Yeah,
He's
he
been
knew what
around. We know what roasts are. They've been going for 100 years.
Yeah.
You've been in the limelight. You're get out. Get out. Am I supposed to have some sort of sympathy for a guy who, it affected me negatively? Get out. You can't get out of the spot.
He's saying he's going to be a better dad.
No one forced him to do a roast. This guy did this for his own name publicity. This is all stunty. You can go away anytime you want. I will not feel bad for your choices.
I will say I'm glad he's finally speaking because I haven't heard his name in the press in a minute.
That's what I'm saying.
This is good for him.
Are you kidding?
This is all coinciding with he's starting to be a broadcaster.
Yeah, and he wants to be liked by more people
fans.
that have maybe been on the fence. So here's a little empathy cast. Get out of here.
Yeah,
You
he's
are
got the
not-
comedians that like him now because he took the roast, and now he's getting the people that are like, I don't like roast.
You
And
are
they're like,
not.
Oh, now I like him.
You are not hooking me, dude.
All right.
You are a pro, and you can go away anytime you want. You know the bad with the good. You know the ins and outs.
This is all marketing.
Horse
100%.
crap.
What about this?
Go ahead.
The release date for Only Murders in the Building Season 4 has finally been confirmed. Hulu announced that the show is going to return on August 27th. It's going to be littered with star cameos. Here's a little promo of Only Murders in the Building.
I just got an email. A Hollywood studio wants to make a movie of our podcast.
The pictures? Pack your bags. We're going to the movies.
Cheers.
Action.
So it's Steve Martin. It's Martin Short. It's Selena Gomez coming back for season 4. Star-studded cast: Melissa McCarthy, Eugene Levy, Eva Longoria, Zach Galifianakis, Richard Kind, also Meryl Streep, Jane Lynch, all returning for season 4. It's going to be huge.
It's one of my favorite shows. Just period. I love Steve Martin. I love Martin Short. I love the combination. I love how the show runs.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always cheering for Selena Gomez. I'm really cheering for her. I really am. I have been, and I defended her in the first season. I was like, she's not that bad. I think she could get better. And my wife is fine with me saying this. She does not like Selena Gomez because of her acting. She's like, I just can't watch this. This is so bad.
Yeah.
And I will say, my wife is right. It's every season she's progressively gotten a little worse.
Well, isn't this because of her? She has a disability, though, right?
But that's why she maybe speaks a little bit differently or something. But that
has nothing to do. I mean, a lot of acting is how you are projecting and how you are speaking. And so I'm wondering, is that the thing that's getting in everybody's way that say they don't like Selena
I don't
Gomez?
know. I'm not. Again, I'm coming from a point where I'm trying to defend her and I'm trying to cheer for her. I really am, and I'm cheering for. I'm hoping she gets better because I want this to be better. But she does take away from the show a little bit. Okay. The show is so freaking good. You are surrounded by just excellence in every corner and every scene, and she's just got to pick it up a little bit, man. I'm not trying to say that in a mean way. I'm trying to say it in an encouraging way.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that my wife is alone. She's like, I'm having a difficulty watching this show.
Well, have you seen Baskets?
No. Zach Galifianakis. No, I never watched.
There's a character named Martha, and she just reminds me of that character.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Steve Martin and Martin Short were on the Smart List podcast. It's Jason Bateman, Sean Hayes, and Will Arnett's podcast, and they were talking about season 4 and what it was like to start this show. And I believe this season takes place in Los Angeles instead of New York. And they have this no D-bag rule for the set. He was like, everybody from the camera people to the actors, nobody's a douchebag on this set. Like, if you are, you're out. So it's a very, they're talking. It's a fun-loving, good, just like you said, surrounded by excellence and talent.
That's great to hear.
Did you see that Steve Martin doc that's out right now?
No, but I heard about it.
I
saw the first portion.
So good.
It is really incredible.
What is that? What streaming service is it on?
It's a Boost.
Yeah, is it on Max?
Oh, it might be on Max.
Apple.
I think it's on Apple. Yeah.
And it's one of those you watch and I don't know. It's wild. And then the crazy thing is, you don't realize how much somebody may impact your the way you respond to things and act and behave and comedy and all that. Because he would say jokes that I thought were mine, that I've said for ages, and he's saying them back in the 70s. You're like,
oh, dude, it's like you forget. I mean, I was coherent and alive when he was at his zenith. With the white hair, the white suit, and the black tie. Like, and he was the first guy that did, 20,000 seats, and he was that guy. He was amazing.
Did he always play banjo, like starting out?
Yeah. But then after he peaked out, and he never did that shtick again. He calls it over and over. He calls it my act. I was working on my act, and he had he went from getting 15 minutes to getting an hour to getting, and after he plateaued, he never did that again. Never put the suit on. Never did any of those types of jokes. Just moved on to
because he went 9 times platinum or something with one of the
And
albums,
he had recorded that before the Jerk came out or any of that stuff.
And then once that was done, he just walked away.
And he's always looked 75 years old, but now he's 75 years old. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The coolest thing with him is that he tweeted Mark Roth and I one day.
What?
Because Mark posted something. He's like, Scott, does this remind you of anything? And then Steve Martin wrote back, does it give you a lift?
That's cool.
And I'm like,
I love that interaction for you.
Your life has been better ever since.
Yeah, really it has.
Howard Stern has officially responded. It's been a rough couple of weeks for Jerry Seinfeld. First, the Pop-Tart movie flopped. Then grads were walking out of his commencement speech this past weekend. Then he's, Jerry's having a rough go.
Why were graduates walking out?
Because of the Palestinian conflict.
Oh, but okay, that had nothing to do with him.
So
I thought you meant he said something, but people were like,
I think he has come out in support of Israel, and so he has
made a Jewish man supporting. That's weird.
People are, walking out. Anyway, Howard Stern has officially responded to Jerry Seinfeld's claim that he isn't funny. Last week, Seinfeld claimed that Stern lacks comedy chops on the Fly on the Wall podcast. And here's a little audio of what Jerry said with David Spade.
Howard is interesting. Howard is a great interviewer, but comedy chops. I mean, can we speak candidly?
Sure. Well, he gets serious. And Robin is a big part of how.
Yeah, they're all funny. Great, but let's face it. He's been outflanked.
So after these comments went viral, Jerry Seinfeld and Howard Stern have been friends for years. In fact, their wives are great friends. Stern broke his silence on his show on Monday, saying Jerry had said, basically, I'm an interviewer, that I'm not a comedian, and now comedians have podcasts, and comedians are, funnier or something than me. He says, I read it and I went, oh, that's weird, because Jerry's a personal friend of ours, speaking about his wife, Beth. Stern confirmed that Seinfeld called him immediately to apologize after the comments, and he was happy to forgive him. He said, Jerry, you don't even have to. This is embarrassing. I'm the king of going on the air and having millions of regrets afterwards. Apology accepted. I don't care.
Cool.
He says, you know what? If I'm not a comedian, I'm an interviewer. I don't know what I am. I'm always considering myself a bit of a comedian, but whatever it is, don't worry about it. And Howard added that Seinfeld apologized for a really long time, said, it really came out wrong.
Man, that's really cool.
Well, that's a great
actually
joke
really cool to
for
hear.
a non-comedian to say to Jerry, this is like the perfect, I got chops.
I got chops.
Hey, that's cool to hear, though, that he, especially when he says, I'm the king of going on air and regretting everything
And
I
he
said.
is.
Because, dude, he's been doing this for, 40, 50 years longer than we have, and we go on every single day, and we talk.
And regret something.
Yeah, we're talking off the top of our head. We're legitimately talking for 4 hours. There's no plans. It's controlled chaos in here. And it's cool to hear, the king of it say something like that.
For
It's very
sure.
cool.
Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue is celebrating its 60th anniversary, and they've released 7 different covers, 3 of them dedicated to legends themselves. And I was surprised to see Gayle King of CBS Mornings is gracing the cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. Here's Gayle talking about that whole experience.
I honestly thought when I heard that Sports Illustrated wanted to talk to me that I was being punked. Of all the things in my life, being a model is not one of them.
It's Oprah's friend, right?
Oprah's friend Gayle and other
One
models.
piece or 2 piece?
I think it was a 1 piece.
Okay.
She looked great, by the way. And I
Scott,
think she's in her 50s.
Scott,
Pull
show
up
us.
Gayle King on
Scott, show us Gayle King in a 2-piece.
Well, I thought Sports Illustrated was trying to get people to follow it.
He didn't have this
odd
bookmark.
move.
This kind of follows the same vein of when they had Martha Stewart on, which
Yeah, but-
everybody lost their minds about.
This is,
Gayle's looking
That's
gorgeous.
an aunt.
Oh, actually,
That's someone's aunt.
she does look pretty good.
Gayle King, Chrissy Teigen, Hunter McGrady, Kate Upton, all were honored with individual covers. And the swimsuit issue is available on newsstands May 17th, just a couple more days. And finally, what celebrity would you want to be president? New survey found that celebrity people could possibly be going back to the Oval Office. According to this survey, top 10 celebrity Americans would like to see run for president. Can you name anybody? Just think about pop culture and think about successful people. Who do you think is on this list of top 10?
By the way, the Gayle King thing is a 1-piece with a tail.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I misspoke. It was, it covers everything. I thought it was just the bottom
Who do
part.
people want for a celebrity president? They want Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
He
We've
is
talked
number
about
2.
this. He's number 2?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Oh, the first one's going to be
Michelle Obama.
Michelle Obama not on the list.
Oprah.
Oprah on the list, number 6.
Okay.
no sports figures. We're talking about actors, probably for the most part. Right?
Actors and
Tom Cruise.
billionaires. No, no
Oh,
Tom
so
Cruise, but there's
Elon-
another Tom.
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks is number 3.
Tom Hanks is number 3.
Elon Musk is number 9.
I'm going to say, I wish Larry King was alive. He'd be number 1.
Martha Stewart.
Who beat
Martha
The
Stewart
Rock?
not on the list?
Snoop Dogg.
If you
No
say
Snoop.
Tom Brady,
No,
the,
Tom
the
Brady's
segment is
average
over.
ass isn't on this. No.
Willie. Give me
no
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
Reese Witherspoon.
No.
She's on TV right now. So
Let me give you hints on the last
Gayle
couple.
King.
Jennifer Aniston.
No, here's some hints. Think billionaires, think favorite actors, and that's the rest of this list.
Jeff Bezos.
By the way, Oprah was the only female on this list. Jeff Bezos not on the list.
I hope Bill Gates is not.
Bill Gates, number 8.
Wow.
Okay, and what was the other hint you said?
Actors, and there's one more billionaire on here.
Actors. Who's like the most beloved actor? Oh, Chris Pratt or
No.
somebody like
Ooh,
that.
that's a good one.
Is it a Chris?
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt not on the list.
It's got to be somebody super hot right now.
There's somebody. It's an
Andrew
actor
Garfield.
that actually almost went into politics for a hot second, a couple years ago.
Arnold.
Arnold, no,
Jesse the Body Ventura.
The dude from Harold and Kumar.
no. You guys are thinking way periphery. Go direct. Direct actors, people that are loved, that you know, that you've watched
The
millions
dude?
of times. No.
Who is it, man? I don't.
No.
Oh man, I can't.
You want
think.
it?
Just give me another
Matt
hint. I don't. I feel like We're missing number one here, guys.
You are missing number one.
The
And
most beloved actor who people would
This
want to
is
see as a
surprising.
president. Is it somebody that has played a
This
president
man
before?
has been in everything. Okay, he's
Stephen
played,
Root?
He's played the bad guy, the good guy, the hot guy. He's played dads. He's played sons.
I would say Christian
played
Bale, but
babies.
he's British.
He's a baby actor. Okay, Mark Cuban's number 10.
Mark Cuban,
that's a
okay,
good one.
billionaires, back to that.
Matthew McConaughey, number 7. He almost
All
went into
right,
politics
all right,
in Texas.
All right.
All right. George Clooney, number 5.
George Clooney. Who's talking about George Clooney?
He lives
don't
in
know.
France, doesn't he? He doesn't.
Clint Eastwood. I'm very disappointed in you for not saying Clint
Clint
Eastwood.
Eastwood is 94.
He's 94.
It's all we're doing is talking about how old people are, and we're going to think
I didn't
about
know
that.
if he was born in the U.S. That's
But
We
why.
need somebody older.
Yeah.
No.
But the number one person, again, according to a survey of the top 10 celebrities Americans would like to see run for president, people want President Denzel Washington.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, yeah, I had my finger on the no button, but
You know
I'm
what?
fine with that.
Okay.
I feel like
He's
he would
got my
take it
vote.
very seriously.
He would.
Speeches would be incredible.
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan
would be another
Freeman.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's been
How
a
many
president,
times has
right?
he been president?
Yeah.
He's also
I wonder
been
what
God.
actor's been the president the most.
That's right. Denzel Washington.
Denzel. You
Yeah.
got it.
That's one of
Besides
those.
Reagan.
That's one of the first lists that I actually kind of. I go, yeah, I think
All
you
right.
got it right. I think you got it right.
That's your crap on celebrities.
Celebrity celebrating a birthday today. Andy Murray, the tennis stud, is 37. Alexander Breckenridge, Jesse on The Walking Dead, is 42. Jamie Lynn Siegler, Meadow soprano on The Sopranos, also was on Entourage. That is who plays, let's see, spent a year actually dating the actor who plays Turtle in real life, Jerry Ferrara. Anyways, Jamie Lynn is 43. David Krumholz, the math guy on Numbers, also Bernard the elf in the Santa Claus movies. Also Goldstein and Harold and Kumar is 46. Ray Lewis, retired Baltimore Ravens star, is 49. Where's the suit, Ray? Ahmet Zappa, son of Frank, brother of Dweezil, is 50. Emmett Smith is 55. Dan Patrick, 2 first names, is 68. George Brett, also 2 first names, is 71. Nicholas Hammond, Friedrich von Trapp from The Sound of Music, is 74. Brian Eno, genius formerly
Oh,
of
I love
Roxy
Brian
Music,
Eno.
producer of the Joshua Tree and Devos. Are We Not Men? We Are Devo. Brian Eno is 76. And Wavy Gravy, Woodstock counterculture icon who inspired Ben and Jerry's ice cream flavor, real name Hugh Romney, is 88 years old.
Today's porno birthday, which is brought to you by Patricia's, where fun and fantasy meets. Selena Del Rey, today's birthday girl. She's been in 132 fine films, including 75 Nurse Orgy.
Oh.
Yeah. Barely Legal Biker Sluts. Flesh Peddlers 2, 3, and 5.
Oh.
Hot Bods and Tailpipe 9. And Moon's favorite, The House of Hooters. Always talks about that one.
Yes.
Lern's favorite, The White Panty Chronicles 7 and
It was so
21.
good.
Yeah, the whole series. And finally, the Who Can Forget Her Forgettable, or Who Can Forget Her Role in 2001's Trailer Trash Nurses 4, Selena Del Rey. You're 54 years old, in case you're wondering. And that's your porno birthday, and that was your crappy birthdays, and that was your crap on celebrities.
All right. Thank you, Scott.
The most pure man is reading these disgusting titles.
I had to.
love it.
I was going to give it to Jimmy, but I didn't want to spring it on him. It is currently 8:25 on the Rizzuto Show. Traffic and weather. Here's a look at it from Lern.
And it is brought to you by the Worldwide Technology Raceway. There's so many great things happening there, and the Confluence Music Festival is one of them. Ludacris, Riley Green, and more, plus that NASCAR Cup Series June 1st and 2nd. Tickets available at www.raceway.com. Stalled vehicle westbound 70 to 141 southbound. All lanes are closed. You need to use an alternate route if you're trying to go that way, because you can't. Your weather today will get up to 77. 59 will be the overnight low. It's 60 right now, and that rain continuing into tomorrow. Weather brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning. More reliable than your St. Louis weather.
So up next, we'll do a little game. We're going to play Real St. Louis Band or BS with Jimmy Griffin. We're also going to talk a little bit more about Hard Promises, and he's going to give us a live song. That is all up next. Give us a call, 314-624-3833. If you want to play, we'll give you the name of a band. You got to tell us if it's a real St. Louis band, current or past, or if it's total BS, best, 2 out of 3, and you get Pointfest tickets. That's it.
I'm a fan, I'm a freaking nerd, I'm a big fan. St. Louis City has my heart, and Together Credit Union has made it so very easy for me. Not only have they dressed me well with this lovely scarf, but they gave me access to the St. Louis City SC Visa card. The credit and the debit card exclusive to Together Credit Union members, but it's gotten me 10% off food and bev in the stadium at the home opener. It got me 10% off at the team store, which is beautiful, by the way. And you know how Riz and I are super cheap with our time? We don't like to stop or wait in lines because we're prissy, we're crybabies, whatever. I got express entry because of this little card right here, so you can get it too at Together Credit Union. I love them. Go City! All for City!
It's Donnie Fandango for 105.7 The Point, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined by Dan Auerbach, the frontman of the Black Keys. And Dan, we got a lot of stuff to talk about with a single and a new record coming, but I wanted to bring up a couple of things first that you have done in the last year that I just loved. And two of the things specifically, the covers record that the Black Keys did, I just adored because...
Be that time of year, we're talking about ticks, we're talking about mosquitoes, and this is why you should have a professional pest control company in your back pocket. That's Amco Ranger Termite Pest Solutions, the best in the business, protecting what matters since 1965. Now, why should you hire a professional pest control service? You want to protect your family, you want to protect your property. At Amco Ranger, the customers get real expert-level results year-round. Termite protection, mosquito and tick control, lawn care, and more. Hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google. Satisfaction always guaranteed. You'll be happy with the results, or they will be back until you are. Locally owned by the same family for almost 60 years now, and this is contrasted by a lot of other companies in the area, a lot of pest control companies, owned by some investment firm only looking for high returns. They don't care. And with Amco Ranger, never any gimmicks or high-pressure sales tactics. You're never going to see Amco Ranger bothering people during dinner, knocking on the door, some high-pressure sales pitch, lies about having contracts with your neighbors. It's Amco Ranger, 636-441-BUGS, online at AmcoRanger.com, protecting what matters since 1965.
All right, so I got the gig of the day here today, like no doubt about it. We are here with the guys from the Revivalists and Becca, our grand prize winner. We are here at Music Record Shop, and what we get to do today? Record shop.
I would just like to point out one of the all-time great record title names by Ween, 12 Golden Country Greats.
Oh, that features the song.
There are 10 songs on this album.
But it features the classic Piss Up a Rope, which is like an amazing freaking song. That I have that record. That is a really, really great record.
Good stuff.
And I'm not even the biggest of Ween. And I don't get all the Ween stuff. Normally that's like my brother's thing, but that one
I'm a big they got some great songs too.
I love that this store has Angel Olsen and Roy Orbison together because when I first started listening to Angel Olsen, I was like, this reminds me of Roy Orbison.
Yeah.
And I just love her records. And in general, and Roy Orbison as well.
This is Coming Home With Me. This is one of my all-time favorite records. Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots by the Flaming Lips. It's a masterpiece. Do you realize one of my favorite songs of all time? I need this on vinyl. This has become a part of my collection.
And that's one that you got to have, like you got to listen to that where you can hear all of the sounds.
Yeah.
Because there's so much going on in the production.
This CD lived in my car for about 3 years. My high school Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta.
Oh, very nice. I'm gonna get this on vinyl because I don't have it, but I had this on cassette, CD twice, bought the digital, digital version on iTunes or whatever, and don't have this on vinyl.
It's funny because when we were in the car on the way here, I was thinking like maybe I'll get some Beastie Boys today.
Yeah.
Science. I have this already. It's surprisingly good to cook to. It's
I would have never thought of that.
Science by Incubus. It's just like weird, heavy space metal, I guess, kind of.
Do you remember how long those dreads got for Brandon Boyd? Oh man, that could not have been easy upkeep for that man.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because there was no upkeep. I don't know.
I just saw them in New Orleans, I think last summer. Now he's all kind of clean cut.
Yeah.
Still takes the shirt off midway through the song.
Oh, of course, man.
Yeah. Bob Dylan?
You should
Bob
check out, he's a
Dylan?
singer-songwriter,
Dylan?
Bob Dylan. You might want to check him out. His kid's got a lot of talent.
Oh, is he like he's like one of those New York guys.
New
with an
York
acoustic
singer-songwriter,
guitar.
Greenwich Village.
Interesting.
So seriously, this is an unbelievable record. If Blowin' in the Wind was the only song that he ever wrote, he'd still be a legend. Dude, killer. I love Meg Myers. Let's show her real quick. Meg Myers, she's a killer artist.
Yes, she's amazing.
Fan. What else you got? Let's see what you got. Van
that
Morrison,
one.
Moon Dance, one of the all-time greatest records.
One of your guys' recommendations.
Queen.
Some Queen.
Yeah, we got Beatles.
Beatles Revolver.
Yeah, that's a great record
Traveling
too.
Wilburys. I love the Traveling Wilburys.
How many badass people can you have in one band?
There's a limit, and that's the limit.
Answer Traveling Wilburys. White Reaper, Killer, Johnny Cash.
Yep, got some Johnny
Oh,
Cash.
Beastie
We got-
Boys, that's
got
the
Donnie's.
record.
Soul Donnie's. Soul Donnie's record.
Sure, if I'm going to lose out to you, losing out to you makes it all right. Did you have a good time?
I had a great time.
Yeah.
I had a great time.
Guys, I hope you enjoyed yourselves as well. I would have to say that this is the most fun doing anything promotionally for a radio station I've ever done in my life. This has been great, man. Thank you guys very much. And thank you, Becca. Congratulations. All right, we're out from Music Record Shop.
That my mother-in-law is one of my favorite people on earth. It's partly in part because she is such an honest person, and you know what? I'm probably her favorite. You know what? I am her favorite son-in-law for sure. You know why? Because on this show right here, when Jeff was with us, she heard about Window Nation, and she called me and she said, "Hey, tell me more about Window Nation." And she went with Window Nation, get new windows for the house, and I'm telling you, this was years ago, and they still look brand new. And she raved about her experience with Window Nation, making me the best son-in-law ever, the absolute favorite son-in-law on the planet. And right now, Window Nation semi-annual sales going on. You can get 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment this week. Be like my mother-in-law. You will be raving about your windows from Window Nation. You can call them 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com and tell them Moon sent you. We're talking about 50-point inspections on every window before they even leave the factory, and then a 20-point installation on every single window when it's there, that inspection right there at installation. And by the way, lifetime warranty, and your windows can be installed in 1 day or less. Call them now. Window Nation, 50% off all window styles, 0% interest for 5 years, and an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment this week. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
We are backstage at Pointfest with a St. Louis favorite, and the great part about this today is that they're actually going to get to play. Ladies and gentlemen, highly suspect backstage at Pointfest. What's going on? Welcome back. It's wonderful to see you as always, but I would also like to tell you that Natural Born Killer has been one of our favorite songs of the year so far. It sounds great on the air, and it sounds like a great highly suspect song.
My friends over at the Bath Authority. If your bath or shower's old or outdated or it's got mold and mildew, broken tiles, it's gross, you got to call the Bath Authority. They provide the highest quality bathroom remodeling products along with a world-class customer experience. Modern, durable tubs, showers designed with an exclusive high-tech polymer liner. What the heck does that mean? What it means to you is it's low maintenance, it's resistant to mold, it's resistant to mildew, it's easy to clean, and it's going to last for decades. In fact, it comes with a lifetime warranty. Walk-in tubs, replacement showers, tub-to-shower conversions, and more. Every unit's custom built. You pick all the accents, the accessories, you pick the safety features, and they come in with the certified factory techs. It could be installed in as little as a day, and all products are 100% made in the USA. Call today, 314-347-0410. Get $1,500 off a new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing. 314-347-0410. Schedule that free in-home estimate today. TheBathAuthority.com. A better bath awaits.
This is King Scott. Ways of the Blades. Today I'm going to teach you swords. First, you want to start with the Holiday Special. They're a great way to start an attack. They'll never see it coming. Next, you want to use the Festus Backswing, especially if they use the Matthew Perry. Now you want to finish with a Canterbury Slice. It's a great follow-up if they're using the Crom's Delight or the Miniature Poke. Thank you for watching. This is King Scott's Ways of the Blades. Now you know swords.
Day to whoever the hell's birthday it is. I bet it's a real special day for pretty much just you.
I'm in the chair. It's my birthday. Welcome back to the Rizzuto Show. 314-624-3833. That's 314-NAH, dude. Or 618-398-3833. Mick Ultra Studio Cams are live on the Points YouTube right here. We are joined by our guest, Jimmy Griffin of Hard Promises, El Monstero, and so many more. He's going to jam a little song for us here in just a little bit. But first, we're going to put you to work.
All right.
We're going to put you to work in a little game that Lern would like to call Real St. Louis Band or BS Jimmy Griffin Edition. Now, we're not going to put you to the test because I got a feeling that you would just score 100% and it would be a surprise.
I hope so.
So we're going to put the contestants to work here, and they each get one Jimmy Griffin lifeline.
Yes.
All right.
And what he says is binding. So
What he says is binding.
You're going to have to guess on their behalf.
Lern is the host and the judge of this game, and 2 out of 3, you get Pointfest tickets.
Yeah.
You're going to see Bad Omens, Wage War, Grandson, Avatar, and many more happening Saturday, May 18th, Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. It's going to be funny. It's going to be fun. Make sure you check out the pre-party, the Pointfest pre-party with us, Hot Shots Bridgeton. The show's going to be out there May 18th, 11 a.m. to 1, and they will head over to the concert. Let's get right to it. Okay, Lern, Real St. Louis Band or BS? Jimmy, this is serious business.
I'm taking it very seriously.
And we have a tendency here that when we are the lifelines, at least me, I'm not going to speak for Lern, but there's a lot of pressure, and I am not typically good at it.
Okay.
Typically, I ruin people's chances to get tickets.
You ruin their whole week sometimes, you
So
know?
just-
I mean,
yes.
they'd lose Pointfest tickets.
Exactly. So just know that there is a lot of pressure here,
Well,
and I definitely want you to feel it.
I've stopped drinking.
Okay, good.
All right.
All right.
Good.
For now.
For now, just for this game.
Yes.
Steven in Edwardsville, you are on the line. Are you ready to play Real St. Louis Band or BS?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right. Lern, hit it.
Steven, is this band real in St. Louis or BS? Breadcrumb Rally.
BS.
BS is correct. Very good.
All right, on the board.
Steven, the Mighty Pines. Is this a real St. Louis band or BS?
Can I use my lifeline?
Yes, Jimmy. The Mighty Pines. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS?
That is a real band, and I love it.
And he loves them. Sorry, I didn't mean to cover with the bell, but hey, I'm just excited.
That's all right.
That Steven gets tickets. Hang on, Steven.
Very good, Steven.
Cody in Bevo Mill. Cody.
Yo.
What's up? Here's Real St. Louis Band or BS. Don't forget, you do have a Jimmy Griffin lifeline.
All right, Cody. The first band is Bruiser Queen. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS?
What was it again? Sorry.
Bruiser Queen.
Bruiser Queen.
Ooh, that's a good name. I'll say real.
That is a real band. Very good.
That is a good name.
All right, Cody. The next band is Slinted Calves. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS?
I'll say BS.
That is BS. Fantastic.
Nice. Hang tight, Cody. Man, maybe people are just too good at this.
People can read through it. It's fine.
Josh in Highland. Josh in Highland. What's happening, man?
Hey, how you going?
It goes
All
well.
right.
Let's do this.
All right, Josh. The number 9 Blacktops. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS?
Lifeline?
Lifeline. The number 9 Blacktops. Is
I'm
that a
saying
St. Louis band?
BS.
It is not a St. Louis band. They're actually a Southern Illinois band.
Oh, I was going to say that's actually kind of a cool name.
It is cool. All right, so one
Wow,
point
that
for
was
Josh.
sneaky.
I see. I knew that.
Yeah.
I knew that.
All right, so he's used Jimmy. So here we go. The next band is Pavlov's Dog. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS?
BS.
That is actually a real.
That's a great
St.
band.
Louis
Mark
band.
from Greek Fire is actually in the band right now.
Yeah, it's been around since the 70s. That was a 19.
I know Dave. I've known David Surkamp forever.
Yeah.
And they do like Germany, and they tour over.
They were just in Germany for a while.
Yeah.
Julia. That's
Yeah.
that song.
Yeah. And Steve Bunk plays drums for
That's
him.
right.
Yeah.
All right, dude. You are 1 for 2. You got to get this one right.
Okay, here we go. Summoning the Lich. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS?
Hello.
Hi. Oh, no.
Dude, are you there? Are you there? Goodbye. Oh, man, I hate it when a phone connection ruins it. But maybe he got one wrong and was just like, I can't do this anymore.
Screw these guys.
Yeah, screw these
And
guys.
that dog band.
Justin, Moscow Mills. Justin, how's it going, man?
It's going pretty good. Good morning, lady and gentlemen, and happy birthday, Moon.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you as well. Get some Pointfest tickets here. Let's go.
All right, Justin. Summoning the Lich. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS?
I'm going to say BS.
It's a real metal band from St. Louis. Okay.
0 for 1.
What about this band, Justin? Greek Fire.
That is definitely a band.
Definitely a real St. Louis band.
Oh, what a gimme.
All right, it comes down to this, Justin. The band Lane Narrows. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS?
Pretty sure that band is, I'll say from St. Louis. Can't remember.
That is correct. That band is from St. Louis.
Nice. Nicely done, Justin. You're just underhand pitching now. What are you doing?
Hey,
You just
I
like
had to get
Justin?
our
Do you
bands
know
out of the
Justin?
way.
What
I
are
had
you,
to get our
cousin?
bands out of the way. So bad.
Okay, Pat in St. Charles. Pat, what's happening?
All right.
All right,
here we go.
cool. All right, Pat, the Incurables. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS?
Yes.
Gosh damn. That is Jimmy's band.
We have a incurable in here.
We have an actual incurable in the studio. That's all right.
That's all right. Bounce back. You
Here we
still got a
go.
lifeline with one of the incurables.
Yes. All right, Pat. The soft returning. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS? The soft returning.
Lifeline. I'll take a lifeline.
All right. Pat wants you to say the soft returning. Is that real or fake?
That is BS.
That is BS. Okay. The incurable gets Pat on the board.
All right, you're 1 for 2. Now your fate lies in your hands. You have to get this right. Here you go.
Here we go, Pat.
All right.
Mama's Pride. Is that a real St. Louis band or BS? Mama's Pride.
Yes, sir. Real for sure. I used to
Nice.
see them all the time back in the bars back in the day.
That is awesome. Congrats, Pat. Hang tight. Let's do one more. Zach in Granite City. Zach in Granite City. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Zach. The band is Blanket Sluts. Real St. Louis band or BS? Blanket Sluts.
Yes.
That is correct. It's not a band, but it should be a band.
That's
And
a
I
cool
will
name.
start it. What about this band, the Well Hungarians? Is that a real St. Louis band or BS?
Lifeline.
Lifeline, Jimmy Griffin.
They are a real band. They're actually from Illinois, though.
Oh,
no.
Hey, you know what? No, I
pretty
knew one of them that lived in St. Louis for a short time, I believe, so let's just count it.
Yeah. I mean, they play in St. Louis all the
yeah.
time, right?
Yeah,
So,
I know.
okay.
I know
Let's
those
count
guys.
it.
Yeah.
Always have really good.
I was worried about that one.
That's one of the greatest band names ever.
All right, Zach. And finally, the band Fister. Is that a St. Louis band or BS? Fister.
Real band.
What'd you say?
Real.
Real band.
That's right.
are correct.
Well done, Zach. Oh my gosh, that's a nasty name.
It is
but
a nasty
Have you ever heard them? They're really
dude,
good.
they're really good. And
Yeah.
the coolest thing about that band is their motto, or at least for a while there, was "If it's too slow, you're too young." I thought that was great. Well, Jimmy Griffin is our guest. Thank you for playing along with. Thanks for hanging with us all day, man.
Oh, it was
You-
great.
Like
Yeah.
giving us the whole morning here. And you got so much stuff going on. El Monstero at the amphitheater coming up. But up next is Hard Promises coming up at the pageant. Is that Friday or is that Saturday?
It's a week from this Friday. It's
A week
the
from Friday.
24th.
Okay,
Right on.
awesome. May 24th at the pageant, Hard Promises, and Jimmy Griffin. For those that don't know what Hard Promises is, just explain what it is.
It's a Tom Petty tribute. I've been playing Tom Petty music. I joined a band called Petty Cash Junction in about 2010, and we played Tom Petty and Johnny Cash, and did that for years, and I've always just wanted to do. I loved playing the Johnny Cash music too, but to just do a whole Tom thing, and that band kind of splintered at one point. Petty Cash Junction did, and I put this thing together with a bunch of guys. They had John Pisoni and Kevin Gagnon Payne from Elmo, and John Gore from the
Elton John,
oh, tribute.
Yeah, he's so good.
And Billy Joel, and then Mike Eisenbeis, who used to be in a band called the Nukes way back in the day. I've always loved Mike, and so yeah, it's a great band. And if you like Tom Petty, it's a really fun night.
Well, here on this show, we love Tom Petty. People argue about who's the greatest American songwriter of all time, and if you ask Riz, and it trickles down into the entire room, Tom Petty is the greatest American songwriter of all time. And I'm sad that honestly Riz isn't going to be able to see this in person, have you in here. So we're going to have you come back the next time you're doing a Hard Promises show and do this. But what are you going to play for us today?
Play Into the Great Wide Open.
Right on.
Take it away.
They made a record and it went in the charts. The sky was the limit.
Incredible. People are saying like, oh my gosh, well, they're cursing and saying Tom Petty is in the studio right now. This sounds amazing. I mean, truly, this is the closest we are ever going to get to Tom Petty is Jimmy Griffin playing Hard Promises stuff.
Thanks, man.
Holy smokes.
It does. It gives me chills, and my heart rate just fell down. Like it was just that is so good. I never got to see Tom Petty live, and there's talks. Mike Campbell's talking about getting the Heartbreakers and doing like a tribute show, like a one-off show, and I would love to go see that. But man, the next best thing that we have in St. Louis is the Hard Promises, and if you've never seen it, go because it's just like that.
It's some of my favorite stuff in the whole world, and his voice and my voice are in a kind of the same place.
Yes,
and it's so ingrained in me, like all the inflections, and and it's kind of like, I mean, I'm sure you've sang enough that like when you're stacking things and things like that with vocals, it's that to get inside of that phrase so much that you can do it exactly like that. For me, is just learning how to, and it's learning where they breathe, and becoming
so good.
Dude, you morph into Tom Petty. I mean,
you do.
We watched you just go almost like an actor, like just putting the head down and getting into scene. You just morphed in a fraction of a second into Tom Petty.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, man.
And become that.
That's why we do tribute bands,
Oh my gosh. So, okay, so yeah, the big show is coming up May 24th at the pageant. It's a week from Friday. Let me ask you this. Let's say the Heartbreakers do something like they're doing.
I've had dreams about it.
And they call.
Oh.
Right.
You say yes?
Oh, totally.
That would be the most. I mean, I don't know how you've met Mike Campbell.
I have.
You've been in front of Tom Petty before.
I met Tom Petty.
Yeah.
And it went very poorly.
Oh, tell that.
Tell
me
that story.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We got time.
Do we got time? Okay. So anyway, it was the last time they were here with Joe Walsh opening. And Dave Hinson, my boss at Killer Vintage, is friends with Ron and Scott. Scott's a buddy of his. And so we're backstage. And whenever Tom would play Riverport, he would be in a hotel down the road. They have a tour bus that pulls up to the hotel. He gets in the tour bus. They pulls up to the back of Riverport. He walks off the bus onto the stage, does the show, walks back onto the bus, and is out of there while people are still clapping. So to see him like hanging around was just something you never saw. So I'm walking back and forth in the hallways, and I see him standing there with Mike, and he's talking to somebody else, and I walk past him, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, because when you see somebody that you idolize like that, like everything falls out of you. You're like, your gut just hits the floor, and I was completely dumbstruck. And I walked past him, and I said, if he's standing there when I come back, I'm gonna say something to him.
Yeah.
And I walked back, and I stood probably about 10 or 15 feet away from him, and I know he was looking at me like, this guy's gonna walk over.
Yeah. Here comes this guy.
Like, because I was just clocking him the whole time, like, oh man, this, and he was just standing there, and I had an Incurables disc in the pocket of my jacket, just in case.
Oh, you CD'd him?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, do it.
So I finally got the guts and I walked over there and I said, "Hey man, I'm really sorry to do this to you. You can throw this away as soon as I leave, but I have to give you this."
Yeah.
And he just looked at, didn't stick his hand out or anything. There's a woman on one side of him and then this other guy that I didn't know on his other side. And I'm holding the disc out and has not moved.
Oh,
and he's got shades on and everything. And the girl sticks her hand out and takes the disc and starts looking at it. And he looks at me and he leans in and he goes, "Just for the record, she took it." And that's what he said. And I'm immediately on my back foot like, oh, this isn't going good.
Oh,
man. And then he leans back in and he goes, "I've been sued a lot of times."
Oh.
Oh.
He's just careful.
And I was like, oh, okay. And the other guy turns out to be his security guy. He's like, "Yeah, man, we can't do that." And I'm like, "Dude, I'm really sorry. Have a great show. Thanks you so much for being here." And that was it. I was out.
Never have I thought about that.
Yeah, and that's what his security guy, I saw him later. I was like, "Man, I'm really sorry. The last thing I want to do is like cheese off Tom before a gig." And he goes, "Man, it happens all the time." He goes, he's had this happen where people would give him music and 6 months later he comes out with a song with a D and a G chord in it and somebody goes, "Oh, that Tom Petty stole my song." And he's you know, but the fact that he had to concoct 2 sentences to speak to me, were, you know,
that's better than all of us.
And at least he wasn't a jerk about it. He just let you know the truth. Like, that's pretty
in
cool.
true Tom Petty fashion too. He didn't say, "Hey man, listen, I've been sued a whole bunch," and like start into this whole rap.
Right.
He just did 2 lines after
Yeah.
that. Oh, that's
man.
so good.
Just for the record, she took it.
Wow,
that is awesome.
What a story. Well, St. Louis, I hope you realize how fortunate we are to have a guy like Jimmy Griffin in town doing all the acts that he's doing. Performing in so many different ways. It's one thing to have great musicians in town that maybe play every couple of years or something like that, but we are so freaking spoiled here to have guys like Jimmy and Jimmy's bands doing things constantly in here. You guys are always working, you're always playing, you're always coming up with the next thing that's going to offer something even cooler for us. So go see Jimmy May 24th at the pageant with Hard Promises, because this is freaking Tom Petty, man. He's living in you.
Yeah. I just want to ask you real quick too, how many months later did an album or a song come out with your that you
with
wrote?
what you was on the disc?
No, he never.
He didn't steal
you know,
it?
the saddest part about the whole thing is you always have that afterwards, like what I should have said instead of doing that.
Right.
And I had a whole story that I never even thought to the night Rocket was born, after we got everybody out of the room and everybody left, the first thing we put on was Wildflowers. And I should have been like, man, the night my kid was born, the first thing we played was Wildflowers because we wanted that to be the first music I ever heard. That would have completely not been like, hey man, here's my disc. But you like I'm just glad I said something.
Yeah,
if I hadn't
so
said anything, even though it didn't go the way I wanted to, if he had died after, because he died 6 or 7 months after that. And if I'd have been like, man, I should have,
Right, you would have been kicking yourself.
Yeah, you never know how those are going to go.
I'm so happy you got to at least connect with him. Is he like your number one when you think about artists that you just like to emulate? That's great.
he's my Beatles and my
That's so cool.
and I still love the Beatles and I still love the Stones and that stuff. But
dude, that's so cool.
Yeah.
So cool. What an interaction. Thanks for sharing that with us. We got to push on. We're going to do some news next, but first, let's get some traffic and weather. Here's Lern.
It's brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway. The Confluence Music Festival is happening with Ludacris, Riley Green, and more, along with the NASCAR Cup Series. June 1st and 2nd. Tickets available at www.raceway.com. There's a very serious incident right now. Police vehicle is on the side of the road at the exit ramp from southbound 170 at Del Mar, blocking the ramp. They're dealing with a reported victim with a gunshot wound on the exit ramp. So if you're blocked up in that traffic, that is very serious. And if you're headed that way, I would avoid that area if you possibly can. Again, southbound 170 at Del Mar. Looks like that's about it. That's bad enough, I would say. Your point weather is brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning. Today we'll get up to 76, a low of 59. Cloudy like you see now, but that rain not coming in until late tonight into tomorrow. It's 61 at 8:58. And again, point weather brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning. More reliable than your St. Louis weather.
News next.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ready to roll? We are backstage at Pointfest, ladies and gentlemen. Brent and Barry from Shinedown. What's up, gentlemen?
Well,
How are
hello.
you?
What's going on? How are you?
It's great to see you. It's great to see you.
Good to
First
see
of
you.
all,
Thanks for being cool with us because I was super, super late. I was very, very late. Some things in rock and roll haven't changed. The singers are usually late.
Now listen, if we're going to do it, you are 18 minutes behind. I don't think that that's even late as far as rock stars go. I think that's just about flat.
All right, we'll take that. We can.
Hey, it's Blue October at Pointfest.
Hello.
All right.
Sorry, I had to do that.
No, that's all right. You do whatever you need.
We're
The next 10
back.
minutes are all about you.
Hey, Jeff's wife. Just want to say hi, Jeff's wife. Hi, Jeff's daughter. I love y'all.
So, okay, first and foremost, we were talking to Will just a second ago.
To
You
Will,
were
my boy.
Introducing me to Will.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that has become so apparent to me over time in meeting bands and talking to bands is that word chemistry. And how absolutely, positively crucial that is. And you can probably even like someone personally, but maybe not have that same musical connection. And it's got to be all of that.
It's got to be all that.
Ever.
Yeah, you vibe with somebody. You can vibe with anybody, you know what I'm saying? But when you get musically, like the other night, take for instance, we played a show last night. And just backstage after the show, I was listening to some cool Miles Davis jazz, right? And then I went to Bill Evans jazz, and he sat down with me, and for 30 minutes, we just started discussing how piano and jazz and the art of rock and roll make us feel. And just by talking to us at the end of the conversation, we were going, woo, woo, I love what we do.
Yeah.
You know, and then when we're on stage, you can play chords, and this guy will go off. It's a chemistry thing. It's a bonding thing, but the true lesson for a new person in a band is whether you can live with them in the bus.
Right on. But you don't know that.
Some people don't shower, dog. Some people don't shower. Some people don't change their socks.
Okay, but then what do you do when you like a guy that you're auditioning with or what have you, but then you start to do shows and you're like,
You sit down with them and say, we need to have a real big talk. I love you. And you would tell me if I have a booger on my nose, right? And he'd say, yeah. And I'd say, you got a big booger on your nose. And it's called you need to take a shower.
And that's a legitimate conversation that you have had before.
Not with this guy.
No, well, right, because he's here.
Oh, yeah, not this guy. He smells good. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the single here. I hope You're Happy is doing incredibly well nationally. We're having a great run with it. And I got to be very honest with you, and please don't be mad at me when I say this. The very first time that I...
Here's something I thought I'd never do. Brag about my dentist. I used to hate going to the dentist when I was a kid. It felt like, medieval torture. not Dr. Foley and Foley Dental Group. They got a great office in Glen Carbon, 590 Glen Crossing Road. They use the latest and greatest when it comes to dental equipment, whether it be digital x-rays or, 3D imaging. It's amazing. They even have like massage chairs, and the music they pump through the place is actually good music. But it's more about that. It's about a positive patient experience. And you got people saying, I've never had a dentist talk to me about that before. Because they treat people, not just mouths. So they discuss blood pressure and heart attack risk and sleep and airway health, the function of your bite, and of course your gums, your bones, your teeth. The experience at Foley Dental Group will be different because their philosophy is rooted in complete health, not just oral health. Maybe you're looking to get your teeth straightened. Ask them about Invisalign. It's Foley Dental Group in Glen Carbon, online at foleydentalgroup.com, foleydentalgroup.com.
Well, here we are, Music Record Shop, and it's stunning. We've got Giannis, we've got Jimmy, and we've got Alex, our grand prize winner. And quite simply, gentlemen, for the next little while, we're just going to go record shop.
Wicked.
Which sounds fantastic. So we'll check in when we get done. Let everybody kind of get after it. But do you have a plan when you're going into a
No,
record
I'm just
shop?
going to go at it with a frenzy.
All right,
Yeah.
very good. Well, we love that. All right, so here at Music Record Shop, we're getting after it. We'll check in with you in a bit. Did you ever stop collecting vinyl, or have you just always done it?
Yeah, I mean, from when I started buying vinyl, largely because a lot of the shows I went to when I was younger were like punk, they were like punk shows, so the bands that I liked, they would just put out 7-inch.
Mhm.
So I was like, I wanted the music, so I was like, I bought it, and then I bought a crappy turntable.
I've kind of started going back and buying a lot of punk vinyl,
Cool.
of stuff that I never had before, and bands that I've just now kind of rediscovered that everybody says are great.
Yeah.
Like Minutemen, we're a band that I've known of but never really knew.
Yeah, on tour, it's a reason to go out for a walk, to go to the record store, and it's like, I like going to actual record shops.
Is it a pretty fairly common thing that you do?
Yeah, on tour definitely, and in London I go record shopping. Yeah, a fair bit.
Just so we know, I'm getting this from Moon. But I mean, I would put it into my collection. I'm just saying I'm getting this from Moon because I think he loves this movie, if I'm not mistaken. And then if you don't, I am going to keep it for myself. I saw an article today that your record is the second biggest seller on vinyl in 2019.
It's the biggest in the UK. In the UK, it's the biggest.
My dudes, oh my goodness, how's your body doing? Let's actually go through a full body scan, my guys. Okay, so your head, probably a mess, it's fine. Your body, oh my God, was it leg day? How are your legs doing? Your calves are so big, or maybe they're not, you're trying to inflate them. Maybe things are not working with your body at all, okay? Hey, that's all right. Places like Victory Men's Health, and Victory Men's Health specifically, can help you get on the track to becoming the best version of yourself. Whether that is, rebalancing your hormones, reevaluating all the nutrients and the vitamins and the deficiencies that you have, because we all do on some degree, because we all eat like total crap. They can customize all of that for you. They have red light therapy. Hey, sexual health is a big thing. Good sex is part of a good life. Learn it, love it, live it, okay? I want you to be having the best sex of your life, and if something's going on in the bedroom, you need to talk to Victory Men's Health about that. They can help you with everything. There's 4 locations: O'Fallon, Missouri, O'Fallon, Illinois, Town and Country, which is where you'll see King, Scott, and Rafe, and then the brand new location in Sunset Hills. Online for your convenience, victorymenshealth.com.
And it's Riz. We are backstage at Pointfest, and say hi to POD. Hello, fellas.
Hello.
What's up? I can hear him right now saying hello. Welcome back to St. Louis. Welcome back to Pointfest.
Yeah.
Great to
be St. Louis.
St. Louis, indeed.
In the house.
You like it here?
Oh, yeah. We've been coming here for many.
Now, with 25% more ass rolling. Happy birthday, Riz!
We are cruising, guys. We are cruising. It's already in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's just go straight into some news.
Okay.
And your news is sponsored by
Energy Star is heating and cooling preferred partner of Ameren, Illinois, to make your home comfortable.
Let's start with some local news. Let me get the applause button ready here,
Oh.
guys. Patching and resurfacing work on Interstate 55-64 across the Poplar Street Bridge.
Yeah.
Finished
What?
ahead of schedule.
I'm standing up. I'm saluting.
It's our day.
That is
Now,
great news.
now we just have to deal with it on 270 as we come into
that's right.
I just hope it's not the same company.
Everywhere else.
I hope it's not the same company that did Lambert's runway where we can't use it right
Yeah,
now.
listen, there's a lot of news out there right now, but that floated right to the top of my list. The Illinois Department of Transportation announced on Tuesday that the roadwork in both directions across the bridge from a mile east of the Mississippi to the 55-64-70 interchange was completed 1 week ahead of schedule. The work was originally slated to last over 6 weekends. Man, pretty cool. According to Union Station spokesperson, plans for a teacup roller coaster ride, wave swing, and an undetermined third attraction have been presented to the city of St. Louis for approval. In addition to the rides, carnival booth games such as whack-a-mole are also being considered for Union Station. If approved, Union Station plans to have the rides and games operating for the 2025 summer season. That's cool. As soon as we get bought and we move into the county, we move away from Union Station, that place just it blossoms, dude.
We were the riffraff that was holding it back.
So ridiculous.
They're like,
MS Communications was the actual problem, not the busted ass movie theater that I wish so badly at the time would have still existed. Because I remember going to it in the 90s and seeing like the Big Lebowski there.
I love the posters were still on the,
I know.
the wall out there from a million years
I
ago.
wanted to go in so bad, but I never got anybody with access to that theater.
Well, I wanted to go in and everyone's like, it's so bad with mold, we can't go in there.
The asbestos.
But I'm like, is it real? Let's just try
go
it.
find out.
Dude, it was such a disaster down there when we were down there. I mean, there wasn't, this was before the aquarium. This was before anything. Yeah. And I swear they just saw like all these punker dudes with earrings, like Scott Rizzuto going in there and gals with eyebrow rings. And they're like, let's just not put any money anywhere around those guys. We'll wait for them to leave.
Right.
Yep.
And then we'll make it incredible. Hey, either way, I'm happy. More
Me
things
too.
going on down there.
So I apologize
And you
for the
guys
poor.
watched the second incarnation of there was Union Station in the 80s,
Yeah.
and then that had flourished and fallen over on its face, and then it's like waves. Like every
Sure.
10 years, it's like here's this bright shiny thing that will eventually fall
Bust.
over.
It looks pretty nice, though. I mean, they've really kind of slowly grown it and added things every single summer. So, if they're going to throw carnival rides in down there, I think that's probably a good thing. We'll see how it goes. Local kind of. 2 tourists battered each other over Disney World tickets and a golf cart in a brutal brawl that landed both ladies behind bars last week. Missouri women, Catherine Northrup, 31, and Gina Danforth, 28, fought each other inside a Wildwood, Florida home where they were hanging out with several other people. The two started bickering over Disney tickets and the golf cart when their fight turned physical. Northrup claimed that Danforth got in her face and was spitting. So, and then grabbed her hair and pinned her down. According to an affidavit, both women allegedly admitted to taking a swing at the other. They got belligerent when the cops showed up. Meanwhile, Danforth was not feeling well and was taken to a local hospital, per the affidavit. Both women were taken to the Sumter County Detention Center after authorities couldn't figure out who sparked the fight due to a lack of credible witnesses. Both women were charged with battery and posted a $1,000 bond. Check this out. A spider smuggler was arrested in Turkey, said to be the curator of the American Museum of Natural History. Police said the spider's poisons can be milked for making medicine worth $10 million per liter. Police arrested the suspect at Istanbul airport on Sunday and seized, you're going to love this, dozens of bags from his luggage containing 1,500 scorpions and spiders.
Oh, no.
Tarantulas, as well as dozens of plastic bottles containing unspecified liquids. I'm assuming they were toxins of some sort.
Wow.
Can you imagine having a bag full of tarantulas?
No.
Yeah.
No, and I've been to the spider shows. I've been to,
What do you mean a spider show?
The reptile shows have like tarantulas and tons of spiders for sale. That's where we got our jumping spider.
Okay, yeah.
And I mean, even just being in there where you can see them all kind of decked out, you're like, wow, this is wild.
No, thank you. I saw a tarantula one time behind my hose roller upper thingy and scared the hell out of me.
Really?
Missouri tarantulas, yes.
I know they
They're neat.
exist. I thought that was a myth, but they do exist.
They do exist.
Yeah.
They're not as big as you think a tarantula will be, but they're big. Like they look like a big, big spider. that
I've
you
never
do
seen
not wanna
one. I had
touch.
never seen one in the open until we went to Arizona last year or the year before when we were hiking up in Sedona. And there, sure enough, just one crossed the path. And I was like, whoa, TV
So
show.
cool.
Dude, it was so cool.
TV show.
It was,
Right
they were
on,
huge. I
dude.
just felt like instant, like crocodile hunter. Like I was in, some.
We were
episode.
on a mission trip in Mexico, and my buddy leaned against a tree on a break
First mistake.
and got showered with tarantulas.
What?
As he came down, they got in his glove, everything. It was
Whoa.
wild. Yeah, that was a fun moment.
Was there like a nest?
Yeah, and then he was going to stomp on him, and the guys were like, no. Because they were like, it's probably pregnant. Like one of them could be pregnant, which means more would come out. And it's like, let's just let him go.
No thanks.
Yeah.
Speaking of animals and letting it go, the East Japan Railroad Company said 2,700 passengers experienced delays when a snake was spotted in a commuter train. The company said that a passenger on the whatever line train here in Tokyo informed personnel at Shibuya Station, which, by the way, is like the biggest station. If you ever see videos of Japan and you see thousands of people crossing this
Looks
huge
like a
intersection.
war.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's Shibuya intersection. It's like 100,000 people go through that intersection every single day. So at the Shibuya station, the train is stopped. So imagine like, I don't know, what's the most popular train station in New York where the subways go?
Oh,
Grand.
Yeah, Grand Central Station.
Yeah, Grand Central Station gets shut down for a minute, and obviously 2,700, that's a lot of people kind of held up. 8th car of the 11th car train. The train got stopped. They went in there. They found an 8-inch snake hiding under a seat in the car. Turned out it was turned over to police. Turned out it was just a young, non-venomous Japanese rat snake.
Okay.
And they released it back into the wild, but it did hold up 2,700 passengers.
That's cool.
And here is the news I was talking about earlier. This was a cat attack. The cat attack of the century. A UK man miraculously survived after sustaining a broken neck, fractured spine, smashed ribs, blood in his lungs, and other car crash-evoking injuries from, wait for it, tripping over his cat. I can't remember much, just falling fast, this guy said. It was quick and it was over within seconds, and then I was at the bottom. Chris Rowley, 59 years old, a UK guy. The freak Apocalypse Meow accident reportedly occurred on the evening of October 23rd when this guy was, he's a musician. He was home alone with his hairless Egyptian Sphinx kitten.
Cute.
So it's like a young kitten, and it's one of those hairless, kind of gnarly looking ones. This wrinkly kitty, apparently feeling playful, dove out of nowhere, latched onto his leg as he was coming down the stairs. Quote, "It took a bit of a chunk out of my leg, and then I lost my footing." He tumbled down 14 steps before arriving at the bottom. He lay unable to move when he was massively injured man, didn't realize the extent of his injuries until he tried to move, couldn't move. Paramedics later revealed that he suffered a fractured skull, a broken bone in his neck, 2 fractures in his spine, 9 broken ribs. Each rib has multiple fractures, by the way. This guy's made of glass.
Yeah.
Then he had a bit of blood in his lungs. So even worse, this guy's wife is a children's care worker who was working nights and was unable to come to his aid. So as a result, this guy laid there for 14 hours in a pool of his own blood.
Goodness.
My phone was dead. I couldn't get up. I physically couldn't move. It was the hardest sensation. It was almost like claustrophobia. You just can't get out. I can't physically get anywhere or do anything. It wasn't until the next morning that the immobile vocalist's wife arrived and discovered her husband spread eagle at the bottom of the stairs in blood. Jackie then dialed emergency services, who arrived within minutes, whereupon she quickly left the room because she couldn't stand her partner screaming when they were trying to move him.
Oh, yeah. That'd be fun. Well, and I'm just grateful there wasn't 15 steps he fell down. This could have been much worse.
Well, and also this is just cats. I mean,
Cats. One cat.
Cats will sneak up on you and do whatever. I mean,
Yeah,
Willow at
Garfield.
home is a killer. Like, he's so quiet. Sometimes I'll like accidentally step on him and stuff because he's there. And
Do you think this cat did that and then saw that and went, ha ha, got him?
I am your master.
Got you back.
This dude was in the trauma unit for 2 full weeks.
Dang.
Came out of the trauma unit, and it says that it will be 6 to 12 months until he's back on his feet. He's on a trial now because of the seizures.
Wow.
He says, quote, "I won't be great for another 12 months. I'd have thought. We want to go back to the hospital next week to see if they need to put another drain in to get rid of the blood that's left over in his body."
Wow.
That is a long recovery.
Whoa.
I thought you guys would love that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Yes.
Cat attacks. I like it.
For once, the cat attacks instead of
Hey, man.
cat's dead. Thank you.
That is your cat news. It is 9:18. Let's get another look at the traffic and weather. Here's Lern.
And it's brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway, the Confluence Music Festival with Riley Green, with Ludacris. So many more people are going to be there, along with the NASCAR Cup Series, June 1st and 2nd. Get your tickets at www.raceway.com. Westbound 70, the exit before 5th Street closed due to a stalled vehicle. Used an alternate route there. And also about 30 minutes ago, there was a police officer parked side of the exit ramp from southbound 170 to Del Mar, blocking that ramp. They're dealing with a victim of a gunshot wound on that exit ramp. So that is why you're slowing down on 170. I would just avoid that area if you can. Weather today will get up to 76 degrees. It's going to be mostly overcast, maybe little bits of sunshine here or there. That rain's going to come back to us tomorrow. 59 will be the low tonight. Right now it's 61 out there, and your point weather is brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning. More reliable than your St. Louis weather.
We'll try to sneak in some emails next.
The great battles of our time. Man versus nature, intellect versus instinct. Burrito versus butthole. Here in this fortress of solitude, we reflect and ponder tough questions about life and ourselves. And the toughest question of all may be, what do I wish I could accomplish before I die? Mine eyes have seen the glory. The proverbial bucket list. Why is it called that? Do you have one? Should you have one? If so, what should be on it? Let's dive into those questions today on the Number 2 Show. You know, they've always said to think outside the box, but here, inside this box, we've had some of the most profound reflections. They say inspiration strikes in the most unexpected places. Sir Isaac Newton, an apple tree. Archimedes, a bathtub. Me, well, let's just say there's a reason I'm broadcasting from a bathroom stall.
Gracious. Munganast. You know what? You can call me Lauren Munganast from here on out because I've been a client of theirs for
Can't
so
do that.
long. Why?
I knew a Lauren Munganast.
There's a real Lauren Munganast?
Yeah.
Damn it.
I'm pretty sure she was one of my counselors back at the day camp.
Well,
can't do that.
Part
sorry.
2 or the second or junior, whatever. I want to be one because I feel like family. I bought my TLX, my Acura, in 2017 from St. Louis Acura on Manchester Road, and that's where I still go to get all my tire rotations, my oil changes, anything that happens with my TLX. I take it straight to Munganast. And here's the beauty about it. You don't have to have a Munganast vehicle to go to any of their dealerships to get service, okay? But let me say this. You will get top quality service. The waiting rooms are exquisite. I love a free snack. I love being entertained. I like having a quiet space. They have something for everybody. Of course, they have the lot. So if you are in the market for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, look at Munganast dealerships, especially Alton Toyota and St. Louis Acura for those different cars that you could be interested in. But go there and let them know that you heard me talking about it because that helps them know I'm spreading the word and the gospel of the greatness of the Munganast dealership name and that weirdo special. Oil change, tire rotation for no additional charge. Call the Lern line right now. 618-539-2288, stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. I'm Lauren Munganast. Thank you.
Mid-America Chevy Dealers present Pointfest.
It's 105.7 The Point, everything alternative. We are backstage at Pointfest, and I have the absolute honor of being joined by Sean and Mike from Alice in Chains. Guys, how are you?
Wow, how do you live up to that?
Yeah, we better not suck tonight.
That'll ruin our sound. So.
Wow.
All right, so the first question that I have is one that I've wanted to ask you guys and a band of your ilk for quite some time.
Ilk.
I like his vocabulary. He's good at what he does.
Well, when you are a band that has been around for as long as Alice in Chains has.
Millenniums.
And you were I don't know the best way to say this, so it might come out rough, but you were one of my favorite bands when I was in high school. Like, is that an odd thing for people to say? I've liked you for
Okay, we're old.
so
Just
long."
say it. We're old.
I am too, man. I am too. But is that, I mean, because I don't mean it in a negative way whatsoever, but I mean, you guys.
How old are you?
How old am I? I'm 37.
All right. See, we're not, we're a little older than you.
Yeah, but I mean, but again, do you mind kind of being, that sort of band? I mean, I think it speaks, volumes for the longevity of it.
It is what it is, right? I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. It's cool though that, it doesn't happen for everybody. Not everybody gets.
Mentality Health is there to make sure that we are looking, feeling, and performing our very best, no matter what it is. Fellers, I'm talking to you, or I'm talking to anybody that has a feller in their life that they know has some goals, has some, a light at the end of the tunnel where you're like, man, I just want to feel good. I just want to wake up and be like, bang, I'm ready to destroy the day. Mentality Health can help you get there no matter what age you are. Sometimes you just start to feel a little bit off. You start to feel a little not great. But I don't want to talk about how you're feeling. I want to talk about how you want to feel. And think about that. I want you to visualize it. Think about exactly how you want your body to feel every single day, how you want your mind to feel, your mental acuity. If you felt it slipping, I'm sure you want that back. You want to be sharp. Mentality Health can help you. Whether it's testosterone treatment, if you qualify for that, or your vitamins, whatever it is, they'll find out and they'll get your numbers back to 100%. Feeling good, looking good. You feel good, you look good, you feel good, and then you perform well. That is where Mentality Health can come into play. South County and a West County location. Do not delay. Call today. MentalityHealth.com.
Well, here we are at the Chaffetz Arena. Gigantic show tonight with the Killers, joined by Brandon and Ronnie. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. Yeah. I love the album. Wonderful, Wonderful is out now. It is it's such a great record. I think very much worth the wait. I want to know first things first about Jackknife Lee, that produced this record for you. I know there were a couple of other guys as well that did a track, but I want to know about a producer and what his role is with you guys and how you know he's the right one to work with you guys on something like this.
Well, it's different. I mean, every producer is a very it's a very that word casts a very large net. Mm-hmm. They can be. There are some people that just get in a room and sit Indian style and give you vibe. And some people that the other end of the spectrum is actually they play with you and they're like a fifth member of the band. Jackknife was kind of everything.
He sat Indian style and he played.
He was everything.
Yeah, he definitely took the holistic approach.
Yeah, but I'm always very interested when, because that's a big thing to let somebody in. I mean, that's the innermost circle of the band. So there has to be a lot of trust that develops over probably a short period of time in order for that to happen.
Yeah, you have to go with your gut, and you meet. We met with a lot of different people, and we've met a lot of people along the way. And it was just instantly, we were drawn towards him and felt comfortable around him, so it made it easy.
Very good. I'm always amazed when great songs like Run for Cover, I hear and read stories about how it's been around for a number of years. Do you keep everything around with the hopes that maybe one day it turns into something? Or are there those that eventually you go, you know what? I think this one's been around for a while. Like, how do you know that there's something there to keep it around?
We haven't. It's rare for us. It's this one in particular. Just my brother kept emailing me.
Yeah.
And that was kept it in my mind, and because he's a fan of this song, and so I think without that, I don't know. Without that prodding from him, I don't think I would have,
If you've been cold in your own home all winter, and probably today it's leaking chilly out there, don't suffer through it again, all right? In a drafty home, call my guys at Universal Window Direct. Universal Windows have this incredible tech developed by NASA. That's where scientists work, called Super Spacer. It helps keep the edge of the glass warmer, holds the window seal longer, and makes the windows last up to 5 times longer than any other window system. And you get the best windows for your home within your budget, and they perform better and last longer. Plus, Universal backs it all up with their true lifetime warranty for as long as you own your home, plus 30 years to the next homeowner. Not only will we be getting the best windows on the market, but your windows will be installed by the best in the biz. Call Universal Windows Direct today, and they'll upgrade your new windows to triple pane glass for free. That's 3 layers of glass between you and the cold outside. What that means is extra protection from the elements, consistent temp, lower costs for your bills in the winter and the summer. and triple pane windows. You're going to notice that your home is quieter and more comfortable. Schedule your free in-home estimate today, and for every 2 windows you get 2 free, plus a free upgrade to triple pane glass. Double your energy tax credit. If that's not enough, tell them I told you to call. You get an extra $250 off your next project. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to universalwindowsdirect.com, and you will be saying, I love my windows!
It's Jay Chandrasekhar, and you're listening to The Rizzuto Show. Happy birthday, Riz.
All right, let's get to some emails. Emails are brought to you by Kloss Furniture, lowest prices guaranteed. We have something for everybody. Entertainment reviews. Jimmy, I want to ask you this. I want to read this email while you're here because it says,
Okay.
Hello, Riz Show. On May 4th, my wife and I attended the George Strait, Chris Stapleton, and Little Big Town concert in Indianapolis at Lucas Oil Stadium. We had previously seen the show in July in Nashville, but George Strait's set was cut short due to rain, so we wanted to see his full set. During Chris Stapleton's set, a couple that was sitting behind us, they got up and they were dancing to one of his songs. They had to have been in their 50s or early 60s. I could tell that they had been drinking quite a bit. I didn't think much about it. While doing some sort of dance, one of them hit me fairly hard on the side of my head. I was startled when this happened, and because of that, I yelled an expletive or two and rubbed my head. While I was still rubbing my head and trying to figure out what the heck hit me, I heard from behind us, sorry, and then I heard, it didn't hurt that bad, in a kind of snotty attitude. I didn't even turn around or say anything because I really still wasn't sure what was happening. Then my wife and I got up for a drink. My wife glared at the woman who told me that it didn't hurt that bad. And for the rest of the night, the man and the woman occasionally would kick the back of our seats. Since my wife paid about $300 per ticket to sit in the lower section, I did not want to make a scene or anything and potentially get kicked out of the concert. And we stood most of the time anyways for George Strait. My question to you all is, what would you have done in this situation? Looking back, I don't think I would have said anything mean, but maybe a really would have been sufficient. Sincerely, A. Ron. What should they have done?
Yeah, I like to kill him with kindness. Is my rather than hey, you gonna keep doing that?
Right.
Like that's only gonna get worse. If you turn around hey man, I'm having a really good time too. Can you just dig the show? Cool. And smile and look right in his face. Just be like, hey man, let's just have a good time and enjoy the show.
Even though the gal gave you a whole, it didn't hurt that bad.
Yeah, well,
it didn't hurt that bad.
You can either go that way.
She might be right.
You can continue to, the path of least resistance is that's already happened. And you know where they're coming from.
Right.
And if they have enough money to drink at a rock concert, they probably are rich, too.
That's a good point.
So be friends with them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they might buy you a drink.
No way. So you're saying Jimmy Griffin is a peacemaker?
Oh, totally.
I know that.
Always.
Could never have thought.
Always.
Never would have predicted
Moon's always
that.
said the opposite about you. So this is cool to hear.
Man, that Jimmy Griffin, don't upset him. Kick your ass before you leave the hallway. I like it.
That's how I. And then if it gets bad, then I'll go crazy.
Yeah, we'll throw down.
But I always start with hey, let's have a good time, watch the show, man. It's cool. All right.
Kill him with kindness.
I like that.
And then brass knuckles.
Right.
Right.
What about you, Lern? What would you do? I got a feeling you're not Jimmy Griffin in this.
No, I'm polite at first, but yeah, I can get nuts. I'm Michael Keaton in Batman. You want to get nuts? That happens. But it takes a minute. I mean,
I don't think that's Batman, though. I think that's.
Oh, is that Bruce Wayne?
No, I think that's Beetlejuice.
Well,
Wrong.
too.
She's an array of Michael Keaton characters.
I do Michael Keaton. I am Michael Keaton. But no,
nuts.
I remember, I think it was El Monstero a few years ago. Tim and I, we had a couple of friends with ours. We had 3 couples with us. And you know how there's no room to sit ever. Yeah. We actually got a stool for one of our guests. And then we were standing and we were dancing to El Monstero. And these people behind us were super mouthy to us. And we're like, get out of this, sit down, don't be dancing. Da, da, da. And so I held it together a little bit, and then I felt it start to bubble up, and I was starting to get mouthy, and I just walked myself out. I was so pissed. And Walter Wright, I saw him at the door. He's always at the pageant, one of the security guys, and I was yelling as I left. I was so mad. I was just I didn't want to take it out on that woman, but she was being such a bee, and I I definitely have an anger management problem. So like when it bubbles up like that, I have to get out of the space, especially because like I have a job and I could get fired if I get out of line.
Well, see now in that instance where I know people,
yeah,
that's if I had to, I will pull out the hey, do you know who the hell I am kind of thing.
Maybe I'll pull that out.
And I'd just be like, hey, look, I'm here to watch a show too.
Yeah, that's my brother Jimmy Griffin up there.
And if it doesn't go, then I'll be like, it's them. Throw them out.
Yeah, I know, right? Walt was like, what can we do?
Right.
Don't leave. And I was like, I'm out. I was like, I'm hot. And I had to get out. So.
And we know Scott. He's body slamming people. He's a wrestler.
Yeah.
He's
I'm not afraid
going
to do
straight
that.
violent.
Plus, I am very quick, and so I'll turn around, grab their foot, and just twist it, break it off real quick, and then eat it.
Cool.
Well, speaking of sports. Lern, give me a really quick sports report since I know you like to ramble on and on and on about balls.
Guys, two things. First of all, ESPY Awards. Jimmy, yesterday ESPN announced that the tennis legend Serena Williams is going to host the 2024 ESPY Awards on July 11th. Now, let's move to Cardinals baseball. Guys, I don't know if you watched this yesterday, but Pedro Pages drilled the bases. He'd had a clearing double for his first big league hit. Burley bomb for the lead. It was a 7-6 late night win for your St. Louis Cardinals against the LA Angels. Game time tonight. Again, another late win, 8:07 p.m. our time. You got Lance Lynn 1-1, Canning 1-4 for the Angels. It's huge. Also, King Scott sent me this. Roku has secured an exclusive multi-year rights deal for MLB Sunday leadoff live games. Starting on May 19th, Roku, as I understand, will offer Sunday MLB games for free on the Roku channel.
Free, baby.
This is free. This is fast. It's MLB. Get it while it lasts. Back to you.
Heck yes.
What?
Lern's famous sports report.
Thank you.
Oh, man. We're having so much fun with Jimmy Griffin here. Lern's famous sports report and King Scott's violence.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is
So
9:30.
good.
Epic violence.
Your epic violence is so great, my
It's
man.
9:35. One last look at your traffic and weather. Here's Lern.
And it's brought to you by Worldwide Technology Raceway, the Confluence Music Festival with Luda, Riley Green, and more. And the NASCAR Cup Series is happening June 1st and 2nd. Tickets available now at www.raceway.com. We have an incident. It appears to be a stalled vehicle on southbound 55 past Potomac. The right lane is closed there. Your weather today will get up to 77, a low of 59. Clouds increasing into rain. More rain for the next 2 days. But then that Saturday, Pointfest temperature 82, sunny, gorgeous. Can't wait to see you there. Right now it's 61. Your Point weather brought to you by Martin Jetco Heating and Air Conditioning. More reliable than your St. Louis weather.
Okay, so let's go over Rafe's bucket list.
Okay.
So these are all the things Rafe would like to achieve.
Please tell me you don't have dropkick on there.
I do not have dropkick on there.
How about receive dropkick?
It's on there now. Might as well. So we've been going over all of our bucket list items over the last couple weeks. We've done everybody's. We did learn.
He is kind. He is supple. He is magical. He is stainless. He is sensual. He is raw. He is power. He is limber. He is untouched. He is pure. King Scott Extra Virgin Royal Oil. Maintain your purity.
So here we are, way back Pointfest. Goldfinger, everybody.
Shaka.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes. And so here's the thing, okay? John, first thing first. Seen the band a million times. Phenomenal band. You've changed members here, but now you've got a goddamn all-star team going on with our buddy Mike, and then we've got Phil here and Moon, and it's just
Phil and Moon.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. He's never called me that.
I've never called
once.
you that ever. And I'm sorry, but that was the first thing that
It's
popped
his
into my
fault.
head. It's the first thing
Moon
that
was
popped into
telling me because you know I've known Moon a long time, and I've watched him transition into this amazing frontman of Greek Fire. It's just an incredible transformation that we've made from when I first met him with this like afro out to here, and just like this kid straight out of college. Did you go to college?
No, I did not go to
this
college.
kid straight out of high school.
Right.
Like, did you go to high school?
I did go to high school. I even finished with a kid.
Okay.
Well, it's really
Me
great
too.
to have you guys. But how does Mike get in the equation? How does Moon get in the equation? Like, how do you decide these guys? Because I know you, obviously, with the work you do as a producer, there's tons of musicians everywhere that you can get to be a part of Goldfinger.
I think the first time Goldfinger played with MXPX.
And you know it's not a career, and you're like, somebody please tell me how to start a career. Apply.ficstl.org. There is a huge need right now for install floor layers with the local carpenters union. And as a member of the local carpenters union, you're going to have much more than a job. We're talking about a career. We're talking about something lucrative, something where you're going to continue to have hands-on, creative challenges and hands-on creative education that will continue to go and continue to serve you, your family, and give you an opportunity for a pension, for competitive health coverage, one of the most competitive health coverages in the country for you and your family. This is a career, something you can build on. Again, lucrative, meaningful, hands-on. So if you are heading to a job or you're working a job right now and you're just like, oh, man, this is it. This is the sign. Just check out the careers page on the website, apply.ficstl.com. You can get started, and once you get started, you start making money right away. As you learn, you earn. That is amazing. Apply.ficstl.org.
He is kind. He is supple. He is magical. He is stainless. He is sensual. He is raw. He is power. He is limber. He is untouched. He is pure. King Scott Extra Virgin Royal Oil. Maintain your purity.
This is Rizzuto. Not only is he rich, but he also has a lot of money. And he's looking to invest in the next big idea.
Hi, my name is Riz, and I have a lot of money. I mean, almost too much money. So I'm looking to invest, and I've asked the fellas to come on down to my office and pitch me their ideas. Do they have what it takes to be in the biz?
Meet King Scott. By day, he's the producer of the #1 morning show in St. Louis. But by night, he's not at work anymore. Interesting. He says that despite all of his shortcomings, his one long coming is his knack for decent ideas.
Hello, I'm King Scott.
I cannot say enough about Victory Men's Health because I've been with them for almost a year now, and they got me on the road to getting my health back in order. I feel better than I've felt in years. And a lot of it was just ignoring problems that were happening with my own body. And I went in there and I got my blood tested down to a micronutrient level. They checked me for all sorts of problems, found out I had a iron deficiency worse than they'd ever seen. I was on a medication that was leaching iron from my blood. I had no idea. My doctor never told me. Turns out they get me on an iron pill. I'm starting to feel good again. The dark circles under my eyes still there, but a lot better because the blood flow is right, because I got the right amount of iron in my blood. Now, you may have a vitamin deficiency like me. You may need to be on peptides. Maybe you need testosterone therapy. Maybe you just need a little bit of getting an IV and a zero gravity chair and just recharge the battery. Whatever it is, they have all sorts of treatments in their customized at Victory Men's Health. And it should be easier than ever for you to get to one because there's 4 locations now instead of 3. There's the town and country that the three-headed monster of the Riz Show go to, me, Lern, and King Scott. And they have one in Each O'Fallon, one in Illinois, one in Missouri, and a brand new facility right there in Sunset Hills. So wherever you are, you got to be close to one. Don't wait. Call and schedule an appointment today or go to victorymenshealth.com right now. That's victorymenshealth.com.
It's like Blink-182.
Yeah.
Good to go? All right, we are very, very excited about this one tonight. I have to tell you this, Amy Lee. Amy Lee from Evanescence.
Hi.
Peabody Opera House show tonight. So it was so great when we announced this particular show because it was almost like a firework that went off twice. Because people were like, oh, Evanescence is coming back. And they'd be excited. And then, oh, it's with an orchestra. Ooh, you know what I mean? People were so excited about this and playing this beautiful Peabody Opera House. It's the perfect place for it. You've got to play some pretty great venues during this run with the orchestra, right?
That's right. It's been a whole new world. Normally, you know, what we gravitate towards and what I want is like no seats in the house, like no built-in seats. We have people standing up. It's rock and roll, you know. Everything about it is this whole different vibe. And this time, for the first time in, you know, I don't know, over 15 years, it's like, okay, we need like classy.
AntonsHVAC.com. AntonsHVAC.com. That is the website where you can go for Anton's plumbing, cooling, heating, and energy experts. You can learn all about the financing opportunities that you have to maybe replace that AC unit. Maybe you know you haven't had a checkup on that AC unit or that furnace, and you got to be doing that on a regular basis. It is so dangerous not to. Anton's was doing their regular maintenance for me, so that means they had been there just a few months before, within the year, to check on it. And in the middle of that just regular checkup, just making sure everything is cool, they found a big old crack, and that crack was in my furnace. It was leaking out something that could have, I mean, dare I say, it could have done some really bad things to my home, my family. Could have started a fire. And I would never have known. I wouldn't even been looking for it. To tell you the truth, when they showed me, I could barely see it, but all of a sudden I could smell it. I could figure that out. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is an absolute danger. And had they not just been doing the maintenance checkup on me, Anton's, and found it, I could have been in some real trouble. So if you haven't had any maintenance done or any of that kind of stuff, you got to call Anton's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Energy Experts. They are the best. They're amazing. Repairs, installations, maintenance, everything. AntonsHVAC.com, AntonsHVAC.com.
Well, here we are at the Chaffetz Arena, gigantic show tonight with the Killers, joined by Brandon and Ronnie. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. Yeah. I love the album. Wonderful, Wonderful is out now. It is it's such a great record. I think very much worth the wait. I want to know first things first about Jackknife Lee. That produced this record for you. I know there were a couple of other guys as well that did a track, but I want to know about a producer and what his role is with you guys and how you know he's the right one to work with you guys on something like this.
Well, it's different. I mean, every producer is a very it's a very that word casts a very large net.
Mm-hmm.
They can be. There are some people that just get in a room and sit Indian style and give you vibe. And some people that the other end of the spectrum is actually they play with you and they're like a fifth member of the band. Jackknife was kind of everything.
He sat Indian style and he played.
So it was everything.
Yeah, he definitely took the holistic approach.
Yeah, but I'm always very interested when, because that's a big thing to let somebody in. I mean, that's the innermost circle of the band. So there has to be a lot of trust that develops over probably a short period of time in order for that to happen.
Yeah, you have to go with your gut, and you meet. We met with a lot of different people, and we've met a lot of people along the way. And it was just instantly, we were drawn towards him and felt comfortable around him, so it made it easy.
Very good. I'm always amazed when great songs like Run for Cover, I hear and read stories about how it's been around for a number of years. Do you keep everything around with the hopes that maybe one day it turns into something? Or are there those that eventually you go, you know what? I think this one's been around for a while. Like, how do you know that there's something there to keep it around?
We haven't. It's rare for us. It's this one in particular. Just my brother kept emailing me.
Yeah.
And that was kept it in my mind, and because he's a fan of this song, and so I think without that, I don't know. Without that prodding from him, I don't think I would have, brought it back and pursued it the way that we did. But yeah, we don't have any more laying around that are that good, that have been around that long.
I always wonder because, some bands will say that once they write it for whatever that session is, it's gone. You know what I mean? That they just leave it and move on and don't want to kind of revisit. So it's very fascinating to me when you find those little gems there that ended up turning into great things later on. I wanted to ask you about your opener tonight, Alex Cameron.
Yeah.
And please don't think badly of me on this one, but I just heard his solo music for the first time last week. His record label played it for me. I was completely blown away. He's co-written some songs on this record with you. How did you guys get to know Alex?
His first record is called Jumping the Shark. So he's out there right now showing people the second one, which is called Forced Witness. But we had heard a couple of tracks from Jumping the Shark, and we're just in love with it. And reached out to him just to tell him that I appreciated what he was doing, and we just became friends.
And then just from there, you see him in Australia, then how does
he's been over here for a long time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we hooked up. He came to Las Vegas, and we did some writing for his new record and for our new record.
Outstanding. I had the opportunity to see you guys. It's my second time seeing you in the course of about a few months because I saw you the first weekend of ACL.
Oh.
I thought your Tom Petty covers were absolutely phenomenal. We're perfect amongst that night. When you are covering somebody like that obviously I would assume you have a great deal of respect for, that has this unbelievable catalog of great material, how do you narrow it down? You know what I mean? I think you guys did American Girl, and I think you did Waiting, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, we had to take into consideration that you're playing at a festival, and you don't know how many of these people are Tom Petty fans, and so we wanted to pay tribute and have them be able to recognize it.
Sure.
So American Girl was just a no-brainer, and then The Waiting was just such a beautiful song, and it was nice to be able to do both of those. He has so many songs.
Yeah.
So many good songs.
His band's
and it was just incredible. I mean, we're big fans already, but it's just a sad thing to do, and wish we could have done it while he was alive, paid tribute to him. We need to start playing, people's songs that we love that are still alive, so they know that we love him.
Yeah. He was one of the, when he passed, it felt like the cool uncle that got us beer maybe before we should have it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Or would slip us that punk rock record that we might not have gotten otherwise. He just sort of had that, and he was one of those deaths that
St. Louis House, fast and in any condition, and close on your timeline. Faster House, fasterhouse.com. They can help you out. Life is hard, but at Faster House, they make sure that selling your home is not. Selling your home with Faster House can be as simple as a 4-step process. Just reach out to them. That's all you got to do. You can email them. You can call them, 314-926 926-0660, and talk to them. They understand. They stand by your every step of the way too, regardless of your situation or the state of state of your property. Maybe you inherited a house and it happens to be a hoarder house, and you know that you don't have the resources or the time or the money to clean this thing out and get it on the market and do all that kind of stuff and have people walking through any of that kind of stuff. No. Easy button it. Faster House, fasterhouse.com. Step 3 is they'll present an offer, and then step 4, you choose the closing date. You select the closing date that suits you best. If you need a remote closing, you can do that as well. They have you covered to make sure that this is an easy process for you. They are your easy button, fasterhouse.com. Your next chapter starts here. Again, get the whole process started. Just call them, 314-926-0660, or go to the website and put in your home address, and you'll find out how you can get started just by doing that. Fasterhouse.com.
We are backstage at Pointfest, and we have the absolute pleasure for the first time of speaking to Ash from New Year's Day. Welcome, and it's great to have you at Pointfest.
We're so honored to be at Pointfest today. It was so much fun.
You had that crowd going. You know what I mean? How do you handle the challenge when you are coming into a situation where you know, there's a headliner, we're playing a little bit earlier on in the day. That is not an easy thing a lot of times, but a lot of bands enjoy that challenge.
We are one of those bands.
Yeah.
Obviously I'd love to be the headliner eventually and play at later time slots, but I really do enjoy being one of the openers, even though it was hot.
Yeah.
Even though it was so hot. But we enjoy opening the crowd because, one, they're energetic, they're ready to start the day, and I feel like I can really get them to rock out.
Yep.
They're not, 5 beers deep and have been in the sun for 8 hours yet,
Right.
I do it.
There is a lot to celebrate this month. Graduations, end of school year approaching, barbecues, warm weather months ahead. Of course you want to celebrate in a clean home, and you got to call the best of the best because your home, your family deserves it. The cleaning pros at Zero Res. Now, you know Zero Res as the zero residue carpet cleaners. They don't leave behind any of that dirt-attracting soap. They don't leave behind the chemicals. Trust me, don't risk it for the other guys or go DIY with your carpet cleaning. Your carpet's going to end up soaked for days and actually doing more damage than good. Keep them outside and not under your carpets. Just check out all the reviews online. A 4.9 Google rating. Schedule today. Get 3 rooms, zero resified from St. Louis's #1 carpet cleaner for $129 and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. Make sure you mention The Riz Show. Book with ease. ZeroResSTL.com or call 314-474-2020. Zero Res spelled backward or forward spells the same. It's Zero Res.
Hey, it's Jeff backstage at Wayback Pointfest in freaking living color. Look at those guys. They're right there. Thank you guys for taking the time to do this. Much appreciated. Let's get this out of the way. I have an amazing story about, and I just told this on the show. I do the morning show. I'm part of the morning show on The Point. A million years ago when you guys were on a tour opening with Rolling Stones. Yeah. Or for Rolling Stones, whatever. Are they closed for you guys is the way I look at it. You guys did the stop at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Yes. 1990, whatever it was, or 80, whatever 89. It was. 89. Okay, cool. 89. All right, so I'm 52. I'm right there. Okay. Right. So my dad was a huge fan of the Rolling Stones. Right. Not in great health at the time. Wasn't walking very well. So I drove him because I'm a fan of you guys, and I was a fan of Rolling Stones because I had to be. And we roll up in his truck, and I let him out at the curb so he can walk in and find his seats. Right. And while I park his truck, he gets out. You guys are already on. And he goes, "What the hell is that god-awful noise like that?" And I was like, "Dad, that's the opening band. It's Living Color. That's the band I was telling you about." He walks in, and I park the truck, and by the time he is this, like this. Rocking out. The dude would be 70-something right now if he was still with us, and he found dudes that he graduated high school with, and the last time he saw those people, they were listening to the Rolling Stones, smoking pot, and that's what they were doing. Wow. So because of you guys, I had this amazing moment with my dad. So thank you very much. So that leads me into, and I think maybe that's part of the answer, but why you guys are still doing this. After all of these years, all of the success, all of the touring, all of that, what keeps you guys driving to do this?
We're trying to get it right at some point, basically.
Are you kidding me?
It's funny. It's a great question.
I mean, part of it is, you know, the conversation we started back in the 80s,
Yeah.
late 80s. A lot of things that we were talking about through the 90s, a lot of those things haven't gone passe. Like a lot of the things, songs we, you know, like we're living with the cult of personality right now.
Right.
And we're still living with things like Funny Vibe, and we're still living with things like Open Letter to a Landlord. And a lot of things that we, like a song like Time's Up is even more relevant. It was really odd, you know, we were kind of doing our little homage to the Bad Brains.
Right.
And Corey come up with these lyrics, and the lyrics are all about the environment. And it seemed really an odd choice at the time, but it's like incredibly in sync with what's happening now. So a lot of what has kept us together is the fact that the things we talked about are still relevant.
You know, and it's great that you say that, because a couple of years ago, 311 was here, and in these very chairs, and I was talking with them about, and I followed them since record number one. And they said one of the things that drives them is the fact that music that they put out 20 years ago is even more relevant now than it was back then. For them, it's the legalization of marijuana and the therapeutics of marijuana, which is, my God, that's like story number one almost now. So that's got to be part of that. Now, and the other thing is, one of the guys that's on the show with me is a musician. He actually plays with Goldfinger. He's playing with them tonight. And he obviously knew about you guys, know the radio songs, that sort of thing. Never seen you guys, so I pulled up on YouTube when you guys were on Arsenio Hall. and he's a bass player and a guitar player, and he's, oh my God, that guy is shredding. Oh my gosh. So this guy's 37, 38 years old, never seen you, and cannot wait to see you guys play. That's got to be part of the drive, right?
Oh yeah, it is.
Totally. I mean, we the way that we play and why we play, I don't think is as important as that we play. You know, I think we have a charge to have something to say. We observe the world in a particular way, and I think it's unique in a musical space. And we have to. I'm talking without a microphone.
That's okay. I know you're not comfortable with a microphone or anything. It's okay. It's new to you.
But I think that as long as we have something to say, I think we're going to try to say it as musically as we possibly can.
Is it still? Do you guys still get the nerves at all? The good nerves right before you head out on stage?
Yeah, always, and while I'm on stage sometimes too.
While you're on stage too. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Guys, this is Freaking Living Color, and I know this is short and sweet, but thank you very, very, very much for coming in and saying hello. And so many fans that have seen you guys a bunch of times are out there.
Yeah.
Because I brought a bunch of them.
The three of us, we were at the hotel, and some guy walks by with a Living Color t-shirt on. Like, wow.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That is so cool. You guys are so hip. Thank you so much for being here. We super appreciate it. Great success from here and on out. Living Color, guys.
Thank you.
That's it.
I guess we're done here. It's been one heck of a show. Thank you guys for joining us. Jimmy Griffin, everybody give it up for Jimmy.
Oh, thank you very much.
So excellent. Go see him at Hard Promises next Friday, the 24th at the pageant.
That's right. If you missed anything from today's show, then you missed Jimmy basically morphing into Tom Petty. Tom Petty's spirit lives, and it is right here in the freaking room. Speaking of in the room, Mark Close.
Mark Close, ladies and gentlemen.
What do you guys think? You could just walk in here willy-nilly since Jimmy's in here?
Absolutely. Hey, he's a friend. I'm a friend. We're all friends.
That's right. What do you got going on?
We're close. Well, we got a concert announcement we're going to make. It's going to be a big old party.
It is a party. This came straight from your brain.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do it?
Go, girl. You do it better than I do.
The Rock and Roll Radio Review. In fact, there's 4 out of the 5 of us in this room right now are going to be on the pageant stage on July 20th. It's a Saturday. King Scott, Jimmy Griffin, Mark Close, myself. We are all getting together with some other radio people around the city, like Radio Rich Dalton, Dave Glover, Scotty Gherkin, who you probably know from Modern Day Zero, AD, Tony Colombo, Katie Fitzpatrick, and Perry Woods from 101.9, Vic Porcelli. There's a ton of radio people that are going to act like we are actual musicians. Jimmy is not part of the radio. You are an actual musician.
Yes.
The rest of us are just going to try really hard to see what we can do. And this is, again, the Rock and Roll Radio Review, Saturday, July 20th at the pageant. Tickets on sale right now, and the pageant has opened up their box office.
Yeah, it's
until
very
1.
kind. Yeah, Pat down there said we'll open. We don't normally open on a Wednesday. They're open from 10 until 1. Tickets are $19.95. You go down to the pageant, pay cash. There is no service
Love
charge.
that.
So it's just going to be a big old party.
So that's cool.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
that's right.
Speaking of party, coming up on Saturday, Pointfest pre-party, Hot Shots, Bridgeton, May 18th, 11 a.m. to 1. We'll all be there before the big show. Scott, what do you got going on?
Monday, I've been yapping about this. The Impact Life Blood Drive event is happening over at Chesterfield Realty from 10 to 3, so swing on by. Get signed up, blooddrive.1057thepoint.com, and you get that Eagle Call t-shirt that I've designed.
Sick. Today's podcast is titled?
Take My CD, Tom Petty.
Take My CD, Tom Petty. Make sure you see Jimmy and Hard Promises May 24th at the pageant. We have one more thing to do, and that is the Team Riz member of the day, Gianna Frank. Gianna Frank from House Springs, Missouri. She is our newest Team Riz member of the day, brought to you by Hot Shots Sports Bar and Grill, proud sponsor of St. Louis Battlehawks. Find all the cacaws at hotshotsnet.com. And Gianna wanted to hear this. We will see you tomorrow. Freak of the Week is tomorrow, and so much more. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, it's 105.7 The Point, everything alternative. We are backstage. Big summer show happening. And look, it's my friends, Josh and Tyler from 21 Pilots.
Well, hey.
What's up, dudes?
What's up?
I wonder at how many more times that I interview you guys that we just turn the tables and you interview me. You know what I mean? I mean, because this is literally like 4 or 5 times that we have spoken to each other. I just don't want you getting tired of me.
Actually, would you rather get attacked by 100 chicken-sized horses